be sharp or tight. And so having a good, being able to cut costs on all the different sort of like expendables, like not even just shipping, but also like boxes and you know, all the packaging. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Ricky?
What's going on, man?
Not much, not much. I'm just giving a quick plug for this company I started using. I never even told you about it. I don't know if I got to check with them. I don't know if they deal with Americans per se, but in Canada, I've been using this new company called ClickShip.
So
Yeah,
what do you do?
so they do the shipping labels, and so you know how there's pirate ship, and there's net parcel, and there's what was another one I was using? Secure ship. They went
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, so these new guys, they reached out to me. I had set up an account with them, and I think something happened where I wasn't happy with it. I'm one of those guys, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in a rush to do something, and if there's one roadblock, I I throw it to the side. And they called me back, and I was like, they're like, can you just try us again? And I was like, at first, I was like, nah, there's a reason why I like I stopped using you guys. But then I started using them, and the rates they gave me because I negotiated a good rate, and the rates they were giving me were really good, and so yeah, and I just seen them join me on the live stream on Instagram, so I thought it was
Oh,
pretty
that's
cool.
good.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool that they came to check me out, see what's going on with Seamoss, because really, there's a lot of people curious about it. You know,
Yeah, it's always good to get better shipping rates. We spend a lot of money for shipping. Like that's crazy.
well, this is what I'm saying, and I was telling people like, look, you save a dollar, even a dollar on shipping, and you multiply that on two 300 packages every month, and then add that up. It's like that's a good savings. That's how you scale. Like you need to be able to keep costs down. The cogs, the cost of goods sold. Yeah, you got to know your cogs.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm online doing new labels,
Nice.
talking to my guy. Every week we have conversations to make it like I try to send as many people over to him as possible. So I kind of we have meetings to see exactly how everything's going, what needs to be changed, what makes it easier for him.
Hmm.
As far as, and then we also do a lot of templates. Like he'll send me some templates and I'll say yay or nay to him.
Hmm.
So I have him doing some different ones now. So it's kind of like this is kind of fun. This is kind of fun time that we just create new labels.
Yeah, for new product ideas and stuff like that. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
That's really cool.
exactly.
Cool, cool. When you get some new products, you got to let us know when they're ready to be. What's the word I'm looking for? To
He's about to bring them out. Well,
Yeah, when you're ready to release them.
yeah, I'm actually, as soon as I probably get these labels done, I'll probably just start releasing them right after that, depending on how long. And I'm kind of, I got, me, I'm, I like stuff to be done like ASAP. So I kind of got onto online labels because I actually had some labels sent out to one of my
For new
clients.
product ideas and stuff like that.
And it's taking a little bit longer than I'm used to. So, I sent them a message like, I'm not going to keep on sending people to you if it's going to take more time. I understand that y'all get backed up and busy, but
Yeah.
I'm actually, I don't, like, I'm sending people over to y'all because of how fast that you guys produce the labels and have the quality. But if you guys aren't going to produce them fast anymore, then I can just shut up because I'm not getting compensated for that.
Yeah. No, you know what I mean? And it's good that you kind of voice your, how do you say it, your concern about it. Because a lot of times what people will do is they'll just not be helpful. And it's kind of like there's nothing wrong with being helpful as long as it doesn't affect you. If it affects you, then you say something. But sometimes you don't know if being helpful is going, like, you think it might affect you, but it might not.
Exactly.
Now it's affecting you. You got to say something.
Exactly. So I'm not shy about voicing my opinion.
Especially when you're bringing them business. Fuck. You shouldn't be. You know. But since you brought up the labels, it made me think. There's this guy I met who owns a company that makes like stickers and labels, and I've been meaning to reach out to him, and I just kind of like, when you something happens and you keep putting it off, but it's like now that I'm thinking back, I'm like, shit, man, like I should have met this guy, because when I looked up his company, he's like a full label manufacturing guy. And the guy, yeah, and he was an Asian guy, and he was like super cool dude. And I know I can go in there and be like, yeah, bro, let's hook up a deal. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and really, cause what it is that Seamoss is a new industry, and with Seamoss being somewhat of a new industry, they actually always are looking for new industries that they can kind of do business with. And that's kind of like what I was telling online labels. I was like, you can probably look to see how many people are now going that actually are Seamoss brands that are coming to get labels for y'all. I was like, and it's not a coincidence. And with that being said, is that I'm not asking for compensation. I'm asking for you guys to actually act thoroughly to get these labels done.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make me look bad.
Yeah. Which, you know what I mean? Isn't too much to ask for.
Not at all. Not at all. So, and so even with my guy, sometimes he actually, sometimes he'll charge you. Like, as far as the person that creates the labels, he'll charge you. And I always tell people, because they're like, okay, he charges like if you're just getting one label done, he might charge you $75 to $85. Now, the thing is that the reason why he's charging you is because of how long we stay online, making sure that, have you ever seen that reel where it talks about Picasso, and it may only take him, he's like, how you charge me so much money and it only took you 5 to 10 minutes now? And it's the background stuff that we end up doing. So it makes it easy. So now he has a copy and paste method to where we perfected it. So he can get them done in no time at all. Yeah. It's just gonna cost you.
Yeah. Because he's got the templates already done. And when you step outside that template, that's when it really starts costing money. And, because you get into I think people need to understand the difference between standard average work and custom work. Because once you get into custom work, it's like you're paying that guy by the hour to sit there and do whatever work.
Yeah. And another thing is that, because a lot of people go with the template, and it's not really just the wording that's on the template. It's like suggested use. And you don't really even have to put the suggested use, he already knows. We've already gone through all these different scenarios. Even with 60 pounds, it's using 2 capsules per day. So a lot of times, because people won't give them all the information, they give them a little bit of the information, but he knows everything about Seamoss. And so, even when he'll create a Seamoss logo out of what your logo is, and then he'll put the suggested, what they actually put as far as the ingredients and the wording to put on the ingredients. It's all a little small things that you think about. Even with your, they'll ask you, what's your IG, what's your Facebook, what address you want to put on there. Those are really the only things that you really have to change up besides what I actually have on mine. And so it's already a template set up for you. So it's more a copy and paste, but we actually go through and we'll send out messages to each other probably for a good hour, 2 hours every week. And he's not getting paid for that.
Yeah.
it's just making his situation easier when I actually bring people over to him.
Which makes sense. If you're going to pull, how you say, take that much of his time or his value, you have to give something back to return. You know what I mean? Like sometimes people take too much of people's energy and they're not replenishing it with other stuff. You know?
Yeah, and I still get charged. Like right now, he charged me. I didn't get I don't really get a big discount.
No.
I still pay a lot of money for my labels. It's just that he knows that I'm paying on, so I actually have all type of other stuff. Like I might have to switch it up like 4 or 5 times. Actually, and voila. Like while we're talking, like I had to just finish sending him. Like when I got on, I just finished sending him all the stuff I needed, and it's been like 3 to 5 minutes, and he's done.
Wow, that's good. That's a good turnaround. Usually it's like a 24-hour turnaround at that. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what people don't. Like it's so nice to actually have somebody that does it so quick.
Yeah, it knows what you want, and like let's go.
And then I can always go and change it up. That's another part about it. I can always go and change up.
Does he only do labels?
Yeah. Well, no, he actually does. He'll do your logo.
Mm-hmm.
He actually does. Like we actually been talking about doing T-shirts. That's the last thing that we talked about doing is designing T-shirts because I don't want to design a lot of T-shirts, and so he kind of knows the Seamoss game now. So he's slowly starting to design T-shirts for me. I just told him he had to get a better price on it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing some kind of setup and designing T-shirt design. I've always wanted to get into T-shirt design. I thought I'd be good at it. I feel like the biggest mistake that people make when they're designing their label or T-shirt brand or whatever, they have one option, and that's it. So they'll have a logo and they'll put it on their shirt, and that's their design. And it's kind of like, you need to go, in my opinion, you need to go deeper than that in order to build a design that people are actually going to buy. Because it's like, what's the story behind your logo? No one can really identify that. You know what I mean? But you put on, a T-shirt, like a print of, say, Dr. Fabian, some scripture, or some kind of quote or something like that. Then now you're producing a message. And that's what people were wearing T-shirts, to present a message. The billboard.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
You know what? Oh, you know what? I forgot to go.
What?
I gotta make barcodes for it.
Can't forget the barcode. Oh.
Can't forget the barcode.
No. I've had a busy day today. Packed a lot of Seamoss, and then took my dad to the doctors to get his eye thing. I should have took a picture of him. He's got this eye patch thing on. Makes him look like a fucking pirate. And he's so grumpy. He's like barking at everybody. He barked at my cousin, almost made him like cry. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I was just thinking about today in the warehouse, and it's just like my cousin's like asking him about like, oh, like, so what happened to your eye and this and he was eating, right? And my dad's like old school, right? So to him, it's like I'm uncomfortable. I just got out of this hospital. I'm starving, so I'm trying to eat, and this guy wants to sit there and talk to me, right? So he barks at my cousin, like, "What do you want? Don't talk to me about my eye. I don't want to ask no question about my eye." Just like, ah. And then my cousin just turned around and like walked out. You know what I mean? Because he's an older guy, right? So it's like he's not used to my dad yelling at him. Didn't know what to say. It was just like, fuck this guy. Oh, my dad's such a grouch. Oh, but he's a funny guy. I love that guy. I've done like, he's one of those guys. Oh my God, is he watching me? I hope he's not watching. Oh, okay. because my cousin just messaged me. Oh fuck! Because this is the last thing I think he'd be watching. Is this, you know what I mean? But he's messaging.
See, and that's a bad thing. You talk about you watching, talk about it now.
That's funny. He'd be like, I wasn't gonna cry. What are you talking about? You know, one of those things. Can you guys hear me? I know this thing's looking weird on the Instagram. I went to message and now I have a feeling that it's you know when you leave the app and then you go back to it and it's like it doesn't look like it's working. Something the phone messed it up.
You know what? I need to slow down because
Stop.
let me just say that I probably have I'm actually at my barcode limit and I have like 100% barcode.
Wow.
So yeah, I need to slow down a little bit. Somewhat. I'm not gonna slow down.
No man, why are you slowing down?
Yeah, I love creating products.
Yeah.
I love creating products.
What you got to do is find a use for these products.
Yeah, that's really what it is. Like I have so many products that I just haven't put out yet. So that's the thing that I have to do. It's like, okay, so what am I looking for next? Like, what's the products? Like, what I don't have barcodes on, and then I have to go back and see what I don't have barcodes on. That's probably the biggest thing that I need to do right now. Go through all my products and make sure I have barcodes on.
You see if you need more or whatever. And then you can go and get like, because I think you can buy them in bulk if you buy enough. Like you can buy one off, and then you can buy like a whole bunch.
Yeah, like okay, so they have it where you can buy 10, 100, and then I believe you can buy 1,000. 1,000 is like it's expensive. Like if you want to buy 100 of them, it's actually $750 or $750.
Wow.
And it seems like a lot, but it's really not compared to because when you need them, yeah.
Well, they're $30 a piece, right? So, aren't they, or are they more?
No, I think they're like $750 a piece. Or if you only get one, okay. So
yeah, one.
I think I paid like $12 a piece, and I actually bought 10 of them. So I think it was like $120 or something like that. And so I'd rather just buy 100 at a time and just got to open it. So I wanted to keep on going back and buying more and buying more. And not to mention what it is that they get, like all your barcodes are pretty much sequenced, so kind of like they're close to each other. So that's a good thing. I didn't know about that. So different numbers with different parts of it.
Yeah, you want them to come in a series.
Now, I can't believe I forgot to get my barcode. I feel bad.
It's one more thing you gotta change now.
Well, what he'll do is he'll just put my old barcodes on them, and then once I say, hey, swap this barcode out,
So I'm just messing things from a cousin. When we get back on the Instagram, I had to end the Instagram feed because it seemed like it was glitching. What?
Right. So I make them do so much work, so now I know it's off mine.
Oh yeah, like at a certain time, you know, he's not there.
Well, no, he actually, okay, so this is the thing, like, you have to catch up in between 7 to 8 p.m. and till like 6 o'clock in the morning because he's actually on a different time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing. Like, we stay up, like, sometimes when I say 1 to 2 hours, sometimes it's like 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'll be going back and forth. And what I do is I look to see when on Fiverr, you can see when they're actually on, and they'll be set up great.
Mm-hmm.
But like his goes back and forth because he's always dealing with my stuff. And so now he's not online. So I know he's actually working on my stuff, and then he'll come back on and drop all the stuff. Like, he always gives me options.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so I actually have the new ones I'm doing is Moringa and Seamoss, and then I just have ashwagandha that I'm doing, and also I have mackerel that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So like, these are new ones for him, and now he has to create somewhat different type of labels, because most of the labels they does now have like the Seamoss background and all these other things. Now I want to see what kind of macro label he's going to come up with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the moringa makes very interesting. Because moringa is a herb most people need to look into and try.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Danielle? Welcome to Let's Talk About Seamoss. Let me know if you have any questions and stuff. This is Ricky. We've just been talking a little bit about labels, product labeling, UPC codes, and stuff like that. He's getting some new products he's going to launch soon. I think that's something that a lot of people are not really planning ahead for, is or even just learning about, is the UPC codes. And like, when you want to take the jump from, serving person to person and getting into the stores or getting on Amazon and stuff, Amazon is almost like a must. You have to have that UPC code.
Yeah, you have to have a barcode. Like, you can't get on Amazon and you don't have a barcode.
Mm-hmm.
So you always want to have that option. So you don't want to wait till the last second. You actually have 10 to 15 products, and now you're just rambling. And then, not to mention, you may not know how to do the barcode.
Mm-hmm.
So now, you know how long it takes to do a barcode?
Mm-hmm. No.
Probably about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If these people can do it now because I just did so many, it's kind of like second nature now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say, when you've done it a few times, it's like, well, we were talking earlier, well, that guy can do the labels in just a couple minutes because it's almost like he's got a template down. And when you're thinking about a business, especially when you're scaling, you got to look at things that are going to kind of not really cut corners, but cut time. Because every time you save, you know what I mean, you can do it. And so if you can, there was a saying a buddy used to say to me, it's better to pay a lawyer $500 to get the job in 1 hour, who can do the job in an hour, than to pay a $300 an hour lawyer and he gets the job done in 3 hours.
I'm trying to get to the holiday as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know the guy that can do it ASAP.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm snacking on pork belly. I went to a Filipino place today with my dad's doctors. And
You know what? You said that it's kind of like, I'll be honest with you, I almost hurt myself. Oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm. I love pork belly, barbecue pork belly.
I can't remember the last time I had any type of pork.
With adobo sauce, and then I got some mango salad, which is awesome. Mango salad. Really good. Although, looks like they made like a fish sauce dressing, and that's starting to smell really fishy. Like I gotta put it in the fridge or something. Oh, so
So you said you had a big day.
yeah, I was taking my dad out to the doctor, and he had some eye surgery done. And then I had to go back to the warehouse, had Seamoss, and um, came home, and I was tired. Yesterday was my wife's birthday, so I'm all like, if you see me on the live stream, I'm all shaved and stuff like that.
I'm gonna go over there.
Yeah, I look like a totally different person. And so, yeah, just been through that. I think don't want to stay up too late tonight and try and get up early tomorrow and get.
Hey, you know what the funny thing was? That's why I was gonna tell them, like, bro, like I probably do it for like an hour, so I got so much more to add. Like,
Mhm.
it's like this today.
Mhm. Yeah, I got to see if I can start going back to the warehouse too, because before that's when I was doing a lot of my live streams was in the warehouse while I was packing sumo. Like right now, I'd be there if I could and be packing sumo. But I don't know if you heard the story, but there was like a guy living next door, and he could hear me working, and he was complaining.
Yeah, you said something about that.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna kick off at one point. Just because he was just being one of those like, yeah, it's the only word I could describe it. And I was kind of like ignoring him, but it was one of those things where it was like, okay, buddy, like I hear what you're saying, you know what I mean, and I'm trying to pretend like I don't hear what I'm saying, but at some point I have to address it, or else, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's not boiled.
yeah, like the guy in me just can't sit there and just kind of like you can only humble yourself to so much. That's it. You know, and then after a while, you're like, okay, fuck it. Enough's enough. I'm sick of hearing you cry. That's a girl. Sorry. No, more like a baby. But anyways, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know what to talk about tonight. I think I had something that I was going to say, but now I don't remember. One of those things. Let me check. Because I know I wrote about it in the description. Like it's easier to do this show when there's people that ask questions and I can ask questions. But to kind of get on here and be like, oh, this, you know what I mean? It's like I don't know. Like you can, it's like you don't want to repeat yourself unless people are willing to hear it. You know. What was
They
it?
changed it so lot. Like I haven't been on PS1 barcode in like the last month.
Uh,
No way. It's like it's different. So I'm gonna come back. Like,
mhm. What is a good dosage of Bob one day?
that's a good question.
See, I know. I was gonna say that. I don't know.
That's a really good question.
I guess it would depend if you're taking it powdered or you're taking it like you're boiling it in a tea. If you're boiling it in a tea, it would come down to I guess the color of it. Because the darker the color, the more the bobbin days in the tea. And how I usually do is just take a regular stick, maybe about this size, and I boil it in a like a pot, maybe a couple of liters, until it's like a light brown. But if it's ground powder, I don't know. You did some tests with ground powder, right, Ricky?
I'm like, okay, so what type of test you talking about as far as how much to do?
Yeah.
Yes and no, because I added it to something else, but the thing is that I don't know. I have to test to see what the over.
Yeah, like how far you can go.
Yeah, how far you can go with it. So that's probably the thing I'm kind of scared of it, bro. Like, I'm scared to go, but like, I don't want to be in the hospital.
Yeah.
Not for that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the next step would be after that.
They drain your penis.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, they drain the blood out of it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. Like I had a whole bag of it for like months, and I would just give it away and just to see what people's reaction.
Like, yeah, because in the grounded form, like I really don't know. Like that's the reason why it's kind of like sitting on myself right now. Like I haven't even started making teams about it because I don't like. I'm trying to figure out what the ratio. Because I actually want to do with Seamoss and the boy Monday. I'm like, okay, I'm not sure what ratio I need. That's gonna be all right. I guess I'll figure it out soon.
So, Angelic Face Creations is asking, what is Boab? And you're calling it boy. I almost got it wrong. It's pronounced Boabonde.
I call it that boy.
Yeah, that's that boy. So, Boabonde is translates in Creole translates to hardwood, and it's basically a male enhancement. It's like a natural Viagra. Now, the problem is, and its legend states, if you take too much, no, it's true. It's like a legend. Like my uncle on my mom's side told me stories about it. He said there was one. He knew the story when he was younger. I don't know if he was a kid, but he said when he was younger, the guy did it, and he went to like sleep with this big in the village, this big ass woman, right? And so he took the Bob one day and had her, and he was doing it for so long that she ran away, and was like like screaming out of the house naked, kind of thing. Like, get this guy away from me. And then he went to his wife, and then his wife ran away. And then it was like 2 days he had this raging boner, or 3 days, and then it started going purple and stuff. And so he had to go to the hospital to get it drained because nothing he could do would bring it down.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not trying to.
Yeah. And when you Google it in the internet, they talk about that story in the internet. So that's why it's like, oh shit, like.
So, like, the thing is, like, I actually was wondering in it, like, okay, how much?
Yeah. but imagine me. It's like, okay, I got the product. I'm about to like create a product with it, or I got the material, and I start Googling it, and it's like, oh shit, there's the story. My uncle was right. Like, because you think at the time, oh, you're just full of shit. Yeah, sure, the guy was in the hospital. You know what I mean?
Legend has it. You know, it's like a legend's tale.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can see how that.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's a good question. Taking profit, but see, I even think like you shouldn't really be taking it as a powder. But if you took it as a powder, it would have to be like a microgram or something like that, like really tiny.
I probably went more like 10 milligrams.
Yeah.
If that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it gotta be like not even like a fourth of a dab of it.
Mm-hmm.
That much that I would end up taking.
Yeah.
And I'm scared to do that.
Yeah, because that would be the raw wood. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, whereas you usually make a tea out of it, and that's taking part of the wood. You know? Yeah, I don't know. But you know what I've been liking lately, and actually might make some in a bit, is sweet bay leaves. I've been taking that a lot. Like, just the drink of the tea.
home.
Yeah.
I've been trying to make lemonade. Okay, so this is the thing that when I'm having a hard time, I'm hoping that somebody out there that actually make lemonade is that it just doesn't like. Cause I'll make gel and then I'll put the gel in the lemonade. And it just doesn't like. Okay, so this is I'm trying to figure out if I'm just adding too much Seamoss.
Maybe.
Because what happens is that I put it in the refrigerator and it turns into almost like a slush.
Yeah, it gels up. Yeah, so you're putting too much
Seamoss.
Seamoss.
And I'm like, okay, so how can I make it so it doesn't gel up like this? Like I'm going crazy.
Well, you should have the like almost like the recommended day, like maybe 4 tablespoons you put it.
Okay, so that's what I end up doing. Okay, so I end up doing and this is another thing I have to end up looking at. So because I do it for powder, so I'll actually make the gel out of the powder form.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I do that, like okay, so I cooked it last time because I was cooking method. And I'm cooking it and it gels up, but I only put like 8.5 grams in it. And I think I used probably about 6 cups of water.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still
It's
still like it was still locked up.
Wow.
It was like it wanted to lock up. And I was like, are you serious? Like this is just
definitely because you boiled it.
Yeah, it can't be. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do next. I'm probably I want something later. I'm not gonna boil it. I'm actually gonna just get hot water.
Yeah.
And then do it that way. Like do a little bit of hot water, gel it, and then add cold water. Because the reason why I hot water, because if you actually use warm water or hot water, it's easier for the Seamoss to dissolve.
Yeah.
That's the basic part about that. And once you actually get it to dissolve in the water, then just add more water to it. But you just want it to dissolve as much as possible into some warm water. Well, yeah, I'm actually probably about to try that.
Why aren't you just adding the powder right to the lemonade?
Well, because it doesn't dissolve all the way.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want I'm about looking at the bottom of it and I see the Seamoss at the bottom of it. Like I get mad about it. I'm like, no, I don't want it to be at the bottom. I want it to dissolve.
The hot warm water will dissolve it. I wonder if you put it in like a vitamin blender and just whisk it until it just emulsifies.
Okay, that's what I did. That's another situation. Like so, but I put all the in the vitamin, and that's why I think that's the reason why I came up with like a slop because the acidity and everything else like that. Anytime like I put like cause I use lemon, I use grapefruit, I use lime, like I use a little bit of everything to make my lemonade. Oranges, I put all that in there. And so as soon as I drop that stuff in, like it didn't look like lemonade. And meat looked like a slushie. And so I'm looking like, okay, well it's gonna change its form after a while. It never changed its form. It just stayed like that. I'm like, okay, so what I want to do is I actually want to just take and just do the Seamoss in the Vitamix, and then after I do that, then take it and add it to the lemonade and do it that way.
Makes sense.
Stir it by hand. So it doesn't really lock up like that. So we'll see. I'm actually gonna experiment because I'm on capsule duty all night. I ran out of capsules like this weekend, so I was struggling.
You just move, you gotta keep it moving. All that product.
had to buy a whole bunch more capsules, and so it's kind of like I was kind of like on slow mode, like okay, well I'm gonna do this, and I was lucky that regular Seamoss started picking up,
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of helped out, but it's nothing like making capsules all day.
I know. It's just funny because I'm thinking about you, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm getting excited because I got this big box of shipment of boxes coming tomorrow, and it's just like, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, yeah, I'm excited for boxes. People don't realize like how having enough boxes can like speed up your operation, and like things have been slow because I don't have the right size boxes, and I got to look for the box and this and that, and so it's like tomorrow I'm gonna bang out so many orders that I'm gonna like build all the boxes and just have them sitting there and just throw the steam off, bam, bam, bam,
You just mentioned something that I have to order from boxes.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, you don't realize when you don't have enough boxes how expensive. So like if you gotta run to the store to grab 20 boxes, it's like double the price.
Exactly.
Crazy. Yeah. I think that's the thing people don't realize is they could really like they're all trying to get lower on the Seamoss, but it's like, maybe put some of that into your boxes or into bulk packaging. Like I bought enough packaging. I don't think we bought packaging in 2 years. Like or a year, at least a year and a half. We've been on this.
Yeah, packaging. I remember you telling me that. I was like, dang, that's phenomenal. Because I always got about that. Like I just going through it. Like this is the worst part about it is like I always change my package.
Yeah.
Like I always because I got him, so I'm always tweaking the label and everything like that. And like, hey, add this and let's take out this and so every time I do that, I gotta get more labels. But the last time I didn't change. I was like, I know that some of my customers like, bro, like this label says 2 ounces, but it's in the pound. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to run out these other labels I got. Like, I need to get rid of these labels. Man.
Yeah, well, I think I spent somewhere between $5,000 or $6,000 on packaging.
Yeah, if that was the case, I would never change mine.
Yeah,
I would always I'm straight.
No, well, I bought I bought plain packaging and I just stick a label on it. That's how I do it. I got to get into the nice packaging. You know what I mean? Like how you have it, I'm gonna do that soon, and I'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 runs first before I'm gonna do like a big one. So I'll do the package, do a small run, see if I like it. If I need to make any changes, I'll make another change, do another small run. You know what I mean? And then I'll do the final one. I'll go and I'll spend a lot of money and just like kill it. And I think then it's like it'll be something where I'll spend 20,000 on packaging, and I'll make sure I have enough to get like into the stores, into the this. You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't be hard to get to the stores. It's just the packaging and all the sort of setup to get the inventory to get into a bunch of stores. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
I think I'm just scared to get that much because I change them up so much. Mm-hmm. Like that's what scares me. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get all this, like, and then I'm like, nah, let me change this up real quick. Yeah, I'm never satisfied.
Well, you got to set a point on which, like, maybe, how do you say it? Set a condition on which you can say I've achieved satisfaction. Because you're right, you will never be satisfied. You will always change that package until you define what it is. You know what I mean? And just let it go. Fucking package it.
Yeah. That's what I tell myself all the time, and I find myself on Fiverr.
I know.
Going crazy.
But you know what? It's good to like not to be afraid to change. Because staying the same and not trying new things, it stagnates growth. You know what I mean? And Like you, who knows? You may never change your labels, and that's fine. Maybe people like that. Maybe that's what people are like. Actually, you should even make it like a contact. You know what I mean, or something like that, or collect all these different labels.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, I did that probably a couple months ago because I had it. Like we actually wanted a whole bunch of templates.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna ask people what templates they thought was the best.
Yeah.
And actually, that's when I ended up going with because we made some that were just white templates, like as far as like the white background. Then he actually made like one that was a dark background. And everybody loved the dark background. I'm like, I'm going with the dark background.
Nice.
And that's what we kind of went with. And so, but now we have about 5 or 6 of the light background that I see other people use. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, that's the light background. I'm like, that's kind of nice. And it is kind of nice as far as it just depends on, it really kind of depends on your logo. And how your logo is set up and like the color scheme that you're using as far as the logo. I think I seen one that actually was like it had pink and like a lavender purple, and it actually went really good with the white background. I was like, okay, that goes. I said, but mine it just didn't. You know what I'm saying? Mine just didn't look correct. And I was okay with that.
No, I think we got to get the new logo done. The logo.
I'm about to send it over to him and have to do one for him. But hey man, straight one out this one.
The logo we had was never properly done. It actually like it's so funny. So Kenya, you know what I mean? I love dearly. He took the liberty because I was like just moving ahead, and because he was like, "You need a logo." I was like, forget a logo." You know what I mean? Let's just sell the Seamoss. I'll get a logo later when I got more time. So he went and got a logo for me, but I didn't like all of the logos, and I mean it's only because it was the way the logo was laid out, right? I like all the elements on the logo. It looked really cool, but had they been pushed kind of together, I would have liked it better. So I just took the part where it said the solution Seamoss and the thing, because I liked that part a lot because it was like it reminded me of like lifeguarding. You know when you're like on a beach, like a lifeguard or whatever. That's what I could see it, and so I took that and I just cropped that, and I used it straight from her the proof. So the logo I use all the time, it's like a low res logo because I never. He paid her just to do the proof, and we never went back to her to say, okay, finish the logo because it was just left up in the air, and I was like, just take this and boom.
Send me your logo.
Okay. Some of this.
I'm having to do it tonight because I actually have work and I see if I can come up with something real quick.
Yeah. Some of the conversations I would have with Kenya, sometimes I was like, I wonder what's going on in his head because I would just like, this guy's crazy. Like, what is he doing? Like, because he would be like, oh, you need to do this, this, and that. And I just like, do this. Sometimes you need to just jump in the water and swim. You know what I mean? Like you can go to the pool, you can check the temperature, you can check the wind conditions. You know what I mean? You can make everything with the perfect fine sunlight or whatever. But at the end of the day, you still got to jump in. You know what I mean? And the sooner you jump in and figure out what it's like in the water, the sooner you know what to do. That's my sort of like take on life. And that's why some people are like, "Oh, how are you fearless?" Or, how could you do this? It's just because you know that you got to jump in there. And I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like you shouldn't be afraid of failing as long as you can recover.
Yeah, I think I'm actually, I'm very, very comfortable with failure.
Yeah.
Like it may not sound correct to say it like that, but I'm somewhat semi-comfortable. Like, because I like to push the limit anyway. Okay, so the first thing because now I'm looking at the logo. I'm like, okay, why would you have, like, can you guys have a flag in your logo?
I could have the flag. I could have whatever I want because the company is based in Canada. We couldn't register the company on its name in St. Lucia. So the company in St. Lucia is actually called Royal Seamoss.
So this is my thing as far as the what you have in the middle.
Uh-huh.
I would actually change that to a piece of Seamoss.
Well, actually, what I was starting to figure out, I wanted to do the pitons in there, and then have the sun sticking out of behind the steamer. I mean, behind the piton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still want. Yeah, I would still put the sun in,
Uh-huh.
but it would look a little bit different. Like the sun's like almost like the background.
Yeah, that's what it would be, sort of like peeking out in the rays. It's almost like I got to figure someone that can properly, like, and proportionately draw the piton in front of the sun, so that the sun, it looks like a sunrise coming out with the rays and shit like that. I don't know. I'll get to it. At the end of the day, no one's sitting there saying, "Well, I'm not buying Seamoss from these guys. I don't like the way his logo looks." Sorry.
I'm looking at it now. I'm like, I get all type of hype. Like this is my comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, you know what? We can like, we can really make that sun. We can actually put the St. Lucia flag on it. Or even have it like in the color. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm open to doing the colors with that. I like the colors. But the one thing too I like about the logo how it is now, it's simple.
It's really simple.
Super simple. And that's why I do the packaging simple and everything simple, because it's meant to give you the sense of we're just like real, like, traditional, local. You know, yes, exactly.
That's really what it is. It's like, okay, this is the St. Lucia logo.
Mm-hmm. This is simple yet precise. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now I'm over here trying to make lemonade.
Mm-hmm. Hey Maria, I don't know if you can talk, but I went to the store, that Filipino store over at Shepherd and Don Mills today, and I got a box of barbecued pork belly, some lumpias, and a bunch of barbecue adobo, the spears. They sell these packs, Ricky, and it's like in packs of 10. And so you can either get chicken or you can get pork. But what it is, it's marinated in their sort of like what they call this kind of like adobo sauce. It's like this sweet. I knew I would get you as a speaker. Mm-hmm. Mm. Have you been to that store?
No, I'm not
No. Oh. There's a little grocery store there. It's been there for years, and they would have. I got the like I said, the barbecue adobo in the spirit, and they vacuum seal it in the meat pack. So I just pull them out when I want to barbecue, and I just throw them on. Yeah, you gotta go check it out. But do you eat meat? You don't eat meat, do you?
No, I am around for as well.
Yeah.
I like.
Well, they have spring rolls there, which she said were vegetable, but the lumpias had meat in it. Mm.
Yeah, I was supposed to
Yeah. Okay.
But not that well, and I think we want to go ahead and time when I'll get it right there.
Uh-huh.
I did want to ask.
Yeah. Which herbs? I'm actually getting into more herbs now. Yeah. In fact, my partner linked up with this Rasta guy in the jungle, and he's got the link on all. Like my partner's freaking out because he's just like he's got everything. He knows how to get like in large supplies of stuff, and it's already gonna come dried and everything. Yeah, it's gonna be ill. But right now I got blue vervain, stinging nettle, some really badass cinnamon bark, nutmeg. What else? Soursop leaves. You know, someone's asking me to show stuff. Huh?
You can get everything in bulk.
Let me double check, but yeah, you should be able to get in larger quantities.
Extra large.
Who? I don't know. I'm sure it could. I don't know. I'd have to ask him. I never even knew about sunflower.
Sunflower.
Oh, duck flower. You know, I don't know, but I'm sure. Yeah. You know what? To be honest, I shouldn't. I'm always giving away the information of what we're doing before we start doing. My partner is telling me that. Not to do that, but we're yeah, but we're talking about building some farms because I have a cousin who has a lot of farmland, and so we're in the kind of like discussions now about planting stuff like herbs, like duck flower, blue vervain, elderberry, because we found out you can grow elderberry down there, and there's some areas where it's being grown, but we want to put it in like a farm.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to double check, but apparently it has the right climate. Like there's different.
It's not that. That's not the problem. It's the birds. They get up now. That's what I'm trying to say. To produce the berry itself.
Oh,
Yeah, like check it out. The birds are saying to love the elderberries, man. That's why you don't see people making the syrup so much because they just love the syrup.
I never thought about that. That's a good point. But then I guess if anything, we would have to grow them sort of like in hoop houses or something where they're, you know what I mean? We could close it off to birds or whatever. But I don't know. I'm going to look into that and see what is the issue with birds. I know this: the birds are pretty like aggressive down there. Whereas like you can hold the banana in your hand and a bird will fly down and like try to eat from that banana if you hold it still enough. And it's like it will come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like I have some video footage of my hotel where we would put food on the table and the birds would come fly in and eat the food and stuff like that. And it's cool because a lot of the hotel rooms there, they're all open concept. So like we had no doors leading to the outside of our place. You just walked out and that was it. So birds could fly in and out of your place. It was all open. Yeah, which was pretty cool. But yeah, yeah. So we're gonna get more into the herbs, and I should get him to put a list together of stuff that he has now or that he's working on, so that I can get it. And I'll look into the what is the bulk capacity with the about the leaves, so we can get that sent off.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some more barcodes.
Oh yeah.
I'm at to order some more barcodes.
No, no, it's true, and that's something I've been like telling myself is, dude, you got to get these barcodes too, like new packaging, but also I have like about 5 or 6 products that I could be putting on the website that it's just not on the website because I haven't really sat down and put them together. I think what I got to do is Pardon?
Do you know the price list for their roof yet, by any chance?
No.
I know. Believe me, I totally overstacked. I totally do.
Yeah.
But because one of my clients, he does want blue vervain.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll find out tomorrow about the blue vervain. I have a lot of the blue vervain, like tons of it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just give her
Yeah. Or if you want, you can come and grab some, and then you know what I mean. If other people want it, you can have it. You know what I mean. I don't need to sell direct. I have enough blue vervain that I could give you like quite a bit. You know, at least a pound or two. But yeah, it's like he brought it in a big box, like 22 by 16 or 22 by 18 by 16. That's how big the box is. Uh, and it's just packed full of it. So there's a lot of that. Like that, I have a lot of. Whereas the sour sop, maybe not so much.
Yeah, right.
Mhm. Which is going to change because one of the things that we're sending down there is a vacuum sealer. Part of the problem with the sending the sour sop now is that we don't have a way to kind of compress them so that they fit in so they fit more into the box. So they put it in the bag because he doesn't want to crush them. But if he's packaging them in the vacuum sealer, it's almost like he can put them in by the leaves and dry them that way almost, and then vacuum seal.
That's smart. So you sent a vacuum sealer down there already?
No, no, I haven't sent the vacuum sealer. I haven't sent a lot of things down there that I'm supposed to. I'm getting in trouble for that. But let's not discuss that.
I'm gonna get one for you tomorrow.
All right.
And well,
Whoa.
Listen, I have 4 barrels like sitting in the warehouse, just waiting to kind of like make the phone call to buy it. And it's funny because his wife is like, "So what's going on with the barrels?" And he's like, "Don't talk about the barrel."
Please, right?
Yeah. Don't ever ask this guy for another barrel again, kind of thing. Which is true. I got fired. I'm putting my mom on the job. She's supposed to do the barrels from now on. But it is. We actually got some nice donations today from a fellow realtor. So I want to go look through them. I'm excited because there's a lot of games, like board games. So we can send that down because we donate to an orphanage.
like Monopoly?
Yeah, games like Monopoly, Risk, whatever. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of board games.
I love Monopoly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I play Monopoly all day long if I could.
Yeah, and if you notice, kids aren't playing board games as much, and it's like they're how do you say it? You can gain a lot of experience about just how to operate in life in general by learning how to play games, especially learning how to like work with each other and teammates and understanding the rules and how to use the rules to your best advantage and stuff like that. Like the way we're being taught with the video games and the gaming that we have nowadays, it's very sort of singular and independent, and there's not
Yeah,
a lot of challenge in a lot of ways. The rules are simple for the most part, except for Minecraft. Apparently, that's supposed to be crazy. I have no idea how that thing works.
well, I got my kids love Minecraft. Like one of my sons actually, he's like a Minecraft champion. He has all the rules. Like I don't like. Okay, so when I first looked at Minecraft, I was like, "What this old looking game? Like
Yeah.
you got this going crazy on it." But they're building like whole cities.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what in the world? It's like, yeah, he got his own city, he got his own nightclub. I'm like, looking at him like, you got your own nightclub in your city? And I just, I act like I'm not watching, but I watch everything.
You have to see it so that you know.
Yeah, I think it's cool as hell.
My favorite sort of like game. Like I was never into games. The only game I liked was Sim City. You ever heard of that game?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the only game I was into, and I still play it sometimes. I'm actually looking it up right now because um, I haven't seen what version they're at or whatever. But like for me, I could literally play Sim City for like 36 hours straight and not sleep and just like get right into designing cities and because you got to figure out how to do the transportation and the taxes and all this stuff, and so you're managing a city basically. That gets me excited. I love these games like that. What? I can hear you a little bit. It's just so soft. Uh huh. Yeah, man. I like different. I used to like the flight simulator games. Those were pretty cool. Uh-huh. No, there's one I think where it's like I think it's with the flight simulator. You can like it like counts for like time in the air or whatever. Yeah, like it's so they've gotten so accurate that you can like you know um, essentially learn how to fly a plane. I've always wanted to learn how to fly a plane, which I think actually might start learning soon. Mm.
Okay. Get your flight license. Yeah, but you know what though? It doesn't take long, really.
Mm.
If you do it for like you can actually go to school. Do it. I actually had a friend that was actually doing it, and yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he actually got his license within like 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like that's all he was doing. You're going to flight school like every day, and like once you get the time in the air, that's really what you got was big about.
Mm-hmm.
Is actually having the time in the air. And he had, matter of fact, this is the one I was telling you that actually passed away a few months ago.
Sorry to hear that.
My mentor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what his whole thing is like. Like he one of them guys that kind of would go crazy. Like, yeah, I'm about to get to flight school, and he actually just had graduated before he passed away.
No.
But yeah, it was a nice situation just to see him go and do it in like 6 months.
That's crazy. And that's no, it's cool that he did that. I gotta look into that. Like, see, because I always thought like if the world goes to shit or whatever, I could just like steal an airplane, grab my family,
Right.
fly to
Instead
St.
of going
Lucia.
to the airport or something.
Uh huh. Honestly, I'm pretty confident that I could figure it out. Like even though I've never flown a plane, I think that I know enough about things in the world that I could probably get into it and understand. So I don't know if I could land. That would be hard.
Well,
But I think I could be. I think I could go fast enough to get into the air. Yeah, that'll be the problem, you know. But I'll fly low over water and I'll jump from the plane. Fuck it, you know what I mean?
He ran this before. That's what's so like what he talked about this.
Yeah, I'd bail from it. It wouldn't be the first time I bailed from a car or something. I almost fell out of a car one time while I was moving. That was crazy. And it was a messed up story, man. I had a buddy of mine. This was like when I think I was like 16, 17. And he was on the highway and he got rear-ended like really bad, like, and so his car was like totaled or whatever, or it was getting fixed. It could have been totaled, but he loved this car. It was a Honda CRX. You remember those Honda CRXs?
Yeah, and he probably had it souped up and everything.
Yeah, well, somewhat. He had all the neon lights on it and all that kind of shit. This is like in the '90s, you know what I mean? And we drive it up the strip, Young Street, every Friday. Like looking back, I was like, I can't believe we did such gay, corny shit. Like we would drive up for like 5 hours, never get out of the car, never talk to anybody. Just look at us, look at us. Like looking back, I'm like, how did I agree to this? Anyways, so he's getting the car fixed because he loves the car, and we're at this mechanic, and they ask him for this loaner car, and they give us this like, I swear to God, like, here's the funny part. So in the beginning, he calls and they're like, "Yeah, we got the loaning car." And he's like, "Oh, what kind of car is it?" It's like a Benz. He's like, "Oh, it's great." So he's telling me like, "Oh, it's a Benz," like, you know, it's gonna be great. So we look at this Benz, dude. It was like from the 19, like it was like before I was born. Like that's how old the car was. Like it was this old junky Benz, and it was like, "That's a Benz." You know what I mean? And the mechanic was like, "A Benz is a Benz." It was horrible. So we're driving, and he takes this corner, and I lean out, and all of a sudden the door just kicks open, and I'm like hanging out half out the car, like, what the fuck?
Holy crap.
Yeah, and if I didn't have my seatbelt on, like I probably would have fell out of the car. Like it was crazy. Like, and it was because the door lock wasn't. It was old. I guess it came loose or something. I don't
It's a Benz.
know. That was the funniest part. It was like, well, you said you had a Benz. Hey, it's a Benz. A Benz is a Benz. No, it's not a Benz. It's a fucking jalopy. Yeah. Anyways, that was my time with the Benz. The Benz is a Benz. Hey Reginald, what's going on, bro? How's life?
Everything is good, bro. Everything is good. I'm just over here listening to the story, just like, wait, what did I come into?
Oh man, bro. I think we should do one live stream where I just tell stories from my childhood because I have I'll say this, I have such crazy stories that if I were to sit there and tell all the stories, you'd be like, this guy's full of shit. There's no way that stuff happened. There's no way you did that. There's no way, you know what I mean? But like I have to say, growing up, I had a very full life. I did a lot of stuff. Yeah, had a lot of fun. Yeah, so one day maybe when I feel up to it, I'll sit down and reminisce about my stories from like what from going as early as like 10 years old um till like I don't know now. Life's still crazy now.
Okay, real quick. You
Yeah.
know how they have like story times? They have this thing where they put like they do story time. Like I see my parents who sometimes watch it, and what they do is they tell a story and then they do something like make slime, right? Now listen, it's something there. It's like a glitch because it gathers your attention, but you're not watching the person talk. When you do your story time, talk your jump, record and make some Seamoss, bruh.
That I should do something like that, like have a kitchen where I'm making like a CMOS recipe or something like that. That would be cool, you know. I,
Possibly we could all do it with you, you know? We're all like live.
yeah, Yeah, or you can even come and like I don't know, we'll rent like a kitchen or something like that, and I'll bring a guest on. One thing I do want to start doing for sure, is like take the Wednesdays or the Sundays and have like a segment where I interview or meet with, like, I have a guest from the industry join me, like typically a business person that's in a business, and then we talk about their business and their challenges and their issues and stuff like that, and I kind of like work with them to sort of come up with some kind of breakthrough to help them get to that next level. But the idea is to, one, get them comfortable speaking about their business, two, get their business out there so that people can watch it, and then three, they now have content that they can reuse for their own products. So even when I interview them, I can, get them to give me certain questions that they want me to ask, or we can go over stuff that they want to talk about, so that it's if they want to, you know what I mean. It's a little bit There's a little bit of preparation, or we could just go off the cuff. But the idea is to kind of get people used to doing the live streams, and getting them more exposure, and then I don't know, just taking a little bit of pressure off me, because I feel like so.
You could have started with that.
Yeah, that's the truth. I don't want to be talking all the time, you know. Hmm.
Yeah, no, people would love that.
Hmm. Well, I've done it already, like sort of impromptu, and I feel like it's gone over well. And the people that have done it with me, I feel like they've gotten value from it. And so, yeah. And then I'd also like to do like, so I do these kind of like coaching calls, kind of like, right? I'd like people to see some of the stuff that we discussed during these sort of these brainstorm sessions, or whatever you want to call them, because there's value in that. You know what I mean? And why just keep it between me and that person on the phone when other people could benefit from it too? It's a blessing. Yeah, it's all a blessing. Yeah. So, have any of you guys gone to any pop-up shops or anything? Done any events? I'm thinking about getting into doing juices.
I haven't been. I kind of go and drop off flyers.
Hmm.
Like, but as far as like that's the thing. Is, like in Atlanta, you have a farmers market everywhere,
Oh.
and so like every day that you can go to a different farmers market and sell your products. So a lot of people in Atlanta, that's how they actually make a lot of money. Um, just going to these different farmers markets. Like I was supposed to be at one today, and I didn't get there with my milk guys.
Hmm.
Because they were actually doing a pop up. They're always at a farmers market. So I was supposed to go there today, and I didn't get there because I was kind of running late as far as making capsules.
Hmm.
I just got in the zone and I forgot what time it was. I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those like I think if you sell Seamoss, like that's like you have to find pop ups and farmers markets and stuff like that because that's where you make so much money.
Hmm. Yep. Yep. And that's kind of like what I want to do, is come to these sort of farmers markets, get like a flag, a table, keep it real simple, right? Cut flag, a table, maybe a tent, and just a bunch of coolers, and sell the juices, $5 juices. You know what I mean? And I'll bill it as you can have it like it's fresh local juice. You know what I mean? I'll get it made with the fruits and whatever, and you can have it with or without Seamoss. You know, and I'll just put a sign. The idea is not so much to sell the drinks, but use it as a way to promote Seamoss. And then I'll have a big sign that will say, "Ask me about Seamoss," and I'll just talk to people about Seamoss.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Hmm. And then every once in a while, there'll be someone that's a big seller of Seamoss, and that's when they'll connect with me and low key slide in there, and
Actually, that's how I got a lot of my customers starting out in Atlanta.
bro, that's how you do it.
Like, no, I'm serious. Like, I would
know.
go to the farmers markets and anybody that was selling Seamoss, I was like, hey, like, where you get the Seamoss from? How much you get it for? Oh, I got Seamoss around the corner. Want me to bring you some? And I'll bring them like an 8 ounce.
When they see it, it's just like, what?
Exactly. Like, only thing I do is put it in their hand. And after that, it was like I was supplying Atlanta after that.
Yep. Dude, there's never been a single person that's seen my Seamoss and then been like, oh, what is this crap? You know what I mean? Like, they're just like, where did you get this? How is it so clean? It looks so pretty.
That's exactly what they said.
And then they smell it. Oh my gosh, the smell. What is that smell? Yeah, man. And so, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I just figured I'd brag.
There's I can even send you, like, if you want to do that, I have some of them are in Mississauga.
Okay.
Whatnot. It's just because the thing I usually don't go there myself is because you do have to bring your own table, and I don't have a vehicle, right? But
do you have a driver's license?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you need help getting a car at some point, let me know. I used to be in the car business.
Don't tell me you used to be like an auto broker.
What?
Don't tell me you used to be an auto broker.
A little bit more. I used to own a car dealership.
See, I used to be an auto broker.
Yeah.
Like, I went to a dealership, so I just, I went the easy route.
So, well, yeah, it was my buddy. He went and got the dealership, and then I was like the sales guy. But then also my uncle is in car. He's been in cars for years. So we would go to his dealership and basically buy all their used cars for like $500 a car. This is the deal that people don't know when it comes to used cars. So all those used car places, unless they buy them off an auction and stuff, they're especially any car under 5,000, they're generally getting them as trade-ins from other dealerships.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're paying less than $1,000 for them, and then
so the key is that's what auto brokers do. So we go to a dealership, and we negotiate with the dealership. As soon as you get a trade in, get us, and we'll buy it immediately.
Exactly. That's how we work.
So they don't want to keep it on the lot because they sell new cars.
And it's space, taking up space, yeah. And then they're financing that. Like when they give the trade in and they give them money, that's borrowed. Like all the dealerships operate on borrowed. Well, you know this, borrowed cash, right? And so yeah, we'd buy the cars for $500 and flip them for $3,500. It was a badass business, and I was selling like 2 to 3 cars a day. So imagine that money. You know what I mean? The only thing we had problems with was keeping the cars out of the lot. And then it got to a point where I was selling all the cars. I was buying all the cars. He wasn't really doing you know what I mean? He was supplying the money. That was it. You know what I mean? And so I was like, fuck, why am I doing this? You know? It was good money, but I don't know. The thing I hated about selling cars is that it's like, and it's not to say that there's lying in the car, but if you were completely honest about every question that they asked you, you wouldn't be able to sell the car. That's it, plain and simple. And so
the car game is some janky stuff.
Yeah, and so yeah, I got tired of being like that. That's not in my nature to be. I'm an honest guy. So to constantly be twisting the truth to be able to sell these cars because you have to make rent, you know. That's what people sometimes don't realize is a lot of times these guys don't want to do what they have to do. That's what it takes to sell the cars. You know, you're competing with all these other people and stuff. And so I left that and I went into real estate. Huh?
Oh, I just said, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I left car selling, went into real estate, and that was something where you know, it was easier to tell the truth because you know what I mean? You like the house or you don't. And I chose to focus on investors mainly because I didn't want to have to build a business where it's a constant turnover, where I'm trying to find new buy because one person will buy a house once every 5 to 6 years on average.
Right.
Whereas an investor will buy anywhere from 1 to 5 houses in a year. So I only needed 10 or 20 guys that I kind of was just buddies with, that I kind of fed. Like I would go search and identify houses and just feed them. I don't do it so much anymore. The market's like so like ridiculously hot. Like it's insane. It's hard buying like deals anymore. And so now I've switched more to listing houses. So we will take the house and basically put it up for sale and negotiate the deal to for the person to buy it. And what's crazy is, dude, a house that like you have in Atlanta would probably go for like 1.5 million in Canada, in Toronto. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Like Atlanta, the housing market just goes crazy. It like goes up and then it goes skyrocket down,
Mm-hmm.
and then like so. Okay, so buying a house in Atlanta, like in Atlanta,
Yeah.
you're gonna spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
But outskirts, like once you like, okay, so I'm out in like Snellville, Loganville area, which is like 30 minutes away, 22 miles away from
The
like
downtown.
Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And you can find amazing houses for like $350, $450.
Yeah.
As soon as you get into Atlanta, them same houses go for about 1.8.
That's crazy.
And you don't have a yard or anything of that nature.
Wow. But in Toronto, in the greater Toronto area, it's like, how do I put it? So you'll have the expensive houses downtown, but they still are over $1 million upward. Like you probably have to drive maybe 45 minutes from the center of Toronto outwards, maybe 50 minutes before you start getting houses that are under $1 million.
That's wow.
Yeah, at least detached houses. You know what I mean? You might get a semi-detached or a townhouse for like 800 or so, but yeah, it's crazy. But I think there is going to be not a crash, but there's going to be the market's going to soften soon because the bank just released some kind of like interest rate hike that's freaking everybody out.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where all this money is coming from.
They're printing it.
Yeah.
How has crypto been? I pulled everything out a few months ago.
You know what? That's a good question.
Yeah, you let the robot do all the work.
You know what? I actually even haven't been using my bot. I haven't used it in like a month or two. I need to get back on it. The thing is, when the market's volatile, you want to make sure you have time to like, maintain it because it needs adjustments all the time, right? But actually, it's not too bad. Looks like Bitcoin's going up. Ethereum is not bad.
I stopped looking at that stuff a long time ago.
Huh?
Like I stopped looking at it a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't even do it anymore. It's rigged now.
Yeah.
It's rigged.
That's exactly why I pulled everything out.
It's always been rigged.
Yeah, I think
I think you're right about that too. No, when it first started, it wasn't. When it first started, it wasn't. But as soon as the government figured out what was going on, and they could just come up off of it. Like, then that's when they told everybody no, don't do it because all this other stuff. That's when it became rigged after that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they like anybody that had Bitcoin before it went belly flopped down, then you were out the game. And then they came in and just said, hey, you know what I'm saying? Now we're going to make tons of money off of it.
Mm-hmm. And then it's going up and
Game is messed up, bro. Game is messed up.
But I actually might get back into it soon. You know what it is? You just need to have, like right now, I don't have any disposable income. And that's the thing about this crypto trading. You need to spend money that you don't care if you lose. That way you're willing to take the risks that are needed to make the money. But if you have scared money, it's not going to make money. Like if you're worried about losing it, it's not.
Like I've already lost with them before. I'm not losing.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to just say, yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. Man, no, I'm like it tore me up. Like I lost so much money on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then every time I think about, and see, this is the thing that, and I shouldn't laugh about it or anything of that nature, but like when people go crazy, I forget what coin it was that went really, that's a Dogecoin.
Dogecoin, oh god.
Yeah, so Dogecoin has been low forever.
Yeah.
And people have slowly been making money off of it. But everybody got in on the Dogecoin. Well, not everybody. So what happens is it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. Mm-hmm. So if you get in at a certain time, you're gonna make money. But the ones that find out late, they're the ones that lose all the money.
Yeah, they take the biggest loss.
They take a huge loss. And so if you're not ahead of the game, then you're gonna take a loss.
That's true. True that. It's kind of like with Seamoss, man. Now's the time to get in there, because we're ahead of the game in a sense. So more people start getting into it and controlling it. I'm just curious, like what my I'm logging into my Binance account right now to see. Sometimes you go in these accounts and they airdrop coins to you and stuff, and it's like one time I looked and I was like, a coin that was like originally worth like $30 was like worth $1,500 because it had been sitting in my account for like 2 years and it grew, and it was like something that I had gotten free. So I'm always like, I wonder what's going on.
I'm gonna tell you, you know what I lost a lot of money on?
What?
Nipsey Hussle had a coin back in the day. Uh-huh. It was like he was one of the first rappers to have a coin, and it never materialized. And I think I might have lost like 5,000 to 10,000 on it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was hurt.
That sucks. Fuck,
I didn't blame Nip though.
No, that happens. They're usually just paid to be like the face.
That's exactly what he was.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was one of them situations where he was just learning about it. Mm-hmm. So I think it was Flipcoin or something like that. I can't remember. Things that become tragically in my life, I kind of try to forget about.
Yeah.
And that was a tragic situation.
That's intense.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rio, what did you want to say? You were about to say something, but I think we couldn't hear you. What show? No, I've never heard of Drama.
No, Futurama.
Oh, Futurama. Okay.
It's like a cartoon, isn't it?
Yeah. With inflation, yeah, it's like that. That's crazy.
There you have you trying to find that.
That's like that. What was that movie called? Office thing or something. It was the one where he worked in an office building and he came up with some scam with this guy to skim off a penny off of every single transaction. And it was like they ended up becoming millionaires or something like that. And it was like, I don't know, it was all centered around this office.
I was about to say, what is that, Uber?
No, this was years ago. This is before even Uber was like around. And it started in the movie he was going to work, and every time he would get into he would see a car lane moving, and so he would get into that car lane, and as soon as he got into that car lane, it would stop, and then he would see the lane that he was in start moving, and then he would get into that lane, and then as soon as he got into the lane, it would stop. It was one of those fucked up things. Yeah, I'm trying. It's. I think it's Office or something. It had something to do with an office. Oh wow! So this is what I'm talking about. Last time I looked at my crypto account, it was worth like 3,000. Now it's almost like 5,000. It's like, okay, what is in there that's making money that I don't know that's making money? I think I might be staking something. That's why. And maybe, hang on. They've changed this thing so much, I don't even know what's going on in it. But I'm getting some coins for free. Somehow.
Okay.
Hmm?
Free coins.
Yeah, so they have this thing. There's a lot of scams in them too, but they have this thing called airdrop, and so they'll airdrop you coins, and you airdrop the coins, and they're like free. So, like, say I own Ethereum, they'll take a snapshot, and everybody that owned Ethereum, they'll give 10% of whatever they owned in Ethereum in this new coin, right? And so the idea is you get this free coin, and you're supposed to start using it to create activities so that they can sell more coins. But what happens sometimes is they'll do like pump and dumps or something. So they'll airdrop a lot of these coins, and then the people have to sell them to get their money back, and so that creates this jump in the price, where the price just goes up because everybody's buying it to sell it, and I don't know, you make money on it. But even here, I'm looking at this thing they gave me, and this just happened recently. They gave me some NFT coin, and I'm curious, what is this NFT coin? We're so off. See, I I love this show. Like we're.
Hey, we might need to do a Seamoss coin. That's what I'm saying.
That's it right there.
Yes. It all ties in at the end. That's all that. It's kind of like a Kanye interview.
I'm all for that. Having some kind of, you know what I mean. I would love to see if there's some way, and I think this is going to happen when the business gets more sort of mature, but to have some kind of escrow system so that if I'm paying this farmer in Seamoss, that someone can act as a go in between to hold the money until the transaction's done, and then if the transaction doesn't go through, they can kind of arbitrate, you know what I mean, how the money gets kind of returned or shared or whatever.
That's the key. Or like a Seamoss NFT.
How would a Seamoss NFT work? Is that like?
It's kind of like I can sell you Seamoss right now for the future. Like if you want to invest in, it's kind of like almost investing in Seamoss, but you just turn it into an NFT. Like how there's jokers that are actually selling front row basketball game tickets as NFTs.
Mm-hmm.
And Only thing you gotta do is you buy the NFT, you get a front row ticket to a basketball game. You get all these other things. So what you do is you say, I'm gonna sell this NFT, and with this NFT, you can actually do a tour of a Seamoss farm and things of that nature. And it comes with Seamoss, and so people will buy it. Like, you know how many people? Okay, so this is the thing. It's like most of my people that I sell Seamoss to that are major buyers. The first thing they ask me, when are you going down to St. Lucia so I can come?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the biggest question I always get. When are you going down so I can come? Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't know. They're like, you need to go down. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I got business to run though. So
yeah.
I can't really just leave the coast.
Yeah, it's like easier said than done, you know?
Yeah, I'm just now learning about NFTs, so that's the crazy part about it. I'm like, okay, so it's like selling futures.
Well, I was about to say, like, trust would have to be a big factor in it because, you know, I mean, you're making a promise on something. How do I promise that you're going to deliver?
Well, yeah, and it's definitely trust, and it's definitely how big in the game are you?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of a little bit simpler for us because we're out there, you know, that we're in the game, and so especially with you pretty much having a farm down there, you can do all types of stuff.
Yes, definitely. And that's something that I'm looking at options is like whether it's like a coin or something like you guys are saying, or even like some kind of um, like Kickstarter or something. I've been planning like a raffle. I just don't know how to execute the raffle. But the idea would be to get like say 200 pounds and just raffle it off, like you know, a bunch of £1 prizes, £5 prizes, £10, and up to like say 50 pounds that you can win, and you pay a ticket, say $5 a ticket, and then all the proceeds of those ticket sales would go to like buying equipment for farmers and stuff, you know, or just giving everybody free rope, you know. Because if I had say 10 or 20,000 US dollars, I could go and get like a container of rope and just give everybody who wants rope, who needs it, you know what I mean? Or go out and get wetsuits for everybody. Put in your order for a wetsuit. I'll get your size. We'll put, you know what I mean, and go and buy them in bulk. You know, I was even thinking about like, how do I approach a company like Body Glove and be like, hey, Body Glove, like, I have this Seamoss group. There's like 8,000 people in this group. What can you do if you gave us like, if not free wetsuits, cheap wetsuits, and you know, we'll make sure that your wetsuits are always shown in our photos. when we post them online for all the 8,000 people to see.
And then also, we can use the site directory as far as free advertising for them.
Yeah, and throw that on there. Boom. You know what I mean? And so those are different things that I'm trying to think about. Is like, how can we leverage who we are to do something different and also help these people who you guys are, we're all benefiting for so much. And in some ways, I feel like sometimes not enough is trickling back down to, you know what I mean, to these people. Like Ricky, you're like an anomaly. The things that I've seen or heard, you've told me that you've done for these guys down there, that like no one's doing that. You know what I mean? And so there needs to be more people doing it. And the only way is if we start like by doing it ourselves and they see it and you know putting that pressure so that they have to follow suit.
That's really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, so this is how you get it. And a lot of times there's people like, okay, so this is how you got it. Yeah. Like, I understand. Like, one thing I do is understand business. I understand that if I keep the people that really I need to keep happy, then business is going to go great for me. Like, that's one thing I've always noticed. And especially, and I take care of the workers. That's what you really understand. Take care of the workers. Like, you build your workers up, man, there's nothing that you can't accomplish.
Mm-hmm. Facts. That is so true.
It's going up.
Yeah. Oh shit! I just found something cool that I'm gonna try and see if it works or not about sending money. Sorry to switch the topic. Yeah. So, huh?
Talking about sending money, I want to
hear. Yeah. No, I don't mean to switch gears, but it's just I'm thinking. So on Binance, they have a pre-order Binance Visa card, and so you can transfer the crypto onto this card wallet, and you're ready to go. I'm gonna look into it further, but I wonder how much the fees are to use the card for whatever you use, and then how much cash can you pull out of the card daily.
See, and that's the reason why crypto is probably going to end up being big, because it's the small countries that need it more than we do.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at crypto. It's like, it's not like for US it's okay, but if you're doing international trading and international banking and things of that nature, you're trying to that's the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
To have crypto.
Oh, I wish there was a way for these farmer guys to be able to accept crypto. Like
they probably can. It's just that you guys set it up.
Well,
you can always turn it into money.
I guess I got to do some research on it and see what it would take for them, because most of these sort of exchanges, they don't. You can't fund them using your bank account in St. Lucia. You have to have like a North American corporation or something like you have to bank with like a World Bank kind of thing.
Yeah.
But maybe that's changed. Like this is, I haven't really explored this in like 2 years, 3 years. So mhm. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say it is easier, right, in no sense, and I'm surprised it hasn't been able to be adopted more like that. Where it comes a challenge, not so much for people in North America or like other countries where they have sort of advanced, and I wouldn't say advanced because they have a good banking system. The problem is that they have such strict rules because I think they have a lot of fears when it comes to money laundering and stuff like that. And so it's not easy for you to connect to their banks and transfer money from other banks and stuff like that. Like there's only like one or two methods, whereas nowadays, you know what I mean? Like I have a bank account I bank with Royal Bank, and they gave me a bank account in the United States, and I can have someone deposit money from the United States into that account, and I can transfer it immediately from my account in the United States into my account in Canada, and then convert the currency like within seconds, right? Whereas you couldn't really do that so much in St. Lucia. You could do that from within bank to bank, like within the bank, but not from one bank to the next bank, you know, and that kind of stuff. It's just they just don't have it. But hopefully they'll change it. So the problem will be when they go to convert it into fiat. That's where they'll have the issue. Now, if they don't have to convert it into fiat, and there's a way for them to have that dollar accepted everywhere, then yes, they'll do it. Like what would be cool is to see if there's a way for people to do like use almost like QR codes and a wallet on your app to show the conversion. You know what I mean? Like to show the transfer of the funds between one person's wallet to the other. But then in the end, unless that merchant has a way to spend those currencies back to buy stuff, they're going to need to change it into a universal currency, which would be fiat, like the dollar. And yeah, mm,
it's like like they have like a converse one coin to, and so you can spend it on they just did this like last year somewhere around that area when they have conversion coins. It's actually like a coin to convert other coins. So it's, it's probably possible. This have to probably look upon it.
Yeah, I'll have to do more research. I do know that they have something that's showing a lot of promise. It's an app down there called Penny Pinch, and Penny Pinch is it's sort of like I don't know, it's like a wallet or whatever. You load it up, you load your money up with it, and then you you can make purchases and stuff like that. You know, at different. The problem is with them right now, they don't have enough merchants on board to how do you say it, to create enough like demand for the use of it, right? So not a lot of people are using it because they will get to it, and it's like they can only use it at like say 5 places, and so for them it's kind of like garbage. You know, I want to use it. Like, what's the point in using it at 5 places? You know, I should 1,000 places. Yeah, exactly. So that's, but when they it's online and more, people on it, then it'll be different, right? I want to try and relate to them is that they need to build, and this is sort of my idea from the beginning because I've been working on an idea. I just kind of shelved it, but I have an idea in mind on how to create, or not how to, but an idea to create basically a simple um, banking, or I don't know if you call it banking system, but a system in which it's easy for sellers to have almost like transactional, like be a merchant. And so they do it in China, right? That's where I got the idea from. So in China, they have this thing called WePay.
Yep.
Yeah. And so with the WePay, a lot of these guys, they have, when you want to pay for something, the right next to the item, they'll have like a QR code. And so you take your WePay app and you just scan the code and it transfers it automatically, right? And the person something like a ping on their phone, and that means that they got the transaction. That's simple it needs to be in order for it to work. Like at a point where I could go print out a QR code, put it in front of the product, and someone just has to scan it, and then I get a notification that the transaction was completed, and that's you know what I mean? That's what you do. If you have to go into your app and you have to transfer, select that, or tally up the number, then that's too much friction. You know what I mean? And in some ways, that's why they're not using that.
That definitely makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And so that's where I think it's gonna, be what's the word? It will become popular and more mainstream. And then this is something that they can use like on the bus drivers. You know what I mean? Late at night and stuff, because there's an issue at night where bus drivers will get, accosted or robbed or whatever. And how do you avoid that? Well, they're not carrying cash, or they say after a certain hour you got to use an app to get onto my vehicle.
Kind of like an Uber.
Yeah, yeah, dude. I have so many like fucking business ideas that I have planned for St. Lucia that it was just a matter of like, okay, you know what I mean, putting the time or getting it together. Like, and honestly, I'm how do you say? I'm not afraid to share it just because I know that, one, there's probably someone already thinking of the idea. Two, if they're willing to do the work faster than I, then they deserve the, the reward. That's my view. And so, but I had this idea of creating. So you see how Uber is, right? In St. Lucia, they despise Uber. You know what I mean? Like all the drivers, everybody. There's no way Uber could ever come to St. Lucia. They would ban it like instantly. You know what I mean? They would march in the streets and stuff. Because a couple times I brought up even just the conversation of Uber, and some of them would just flip out and shut me down. Like, no, man, no Uber coming here, man. Why you talk about Uber, man? This is funny. So the idea, and so what they don't like is having just anybody be able to become a driver and start bringing people around and be a high, you know what I mean? To cut into their limited business, so to speak. And yeah, it's understandable. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want your cousin to be able to kind of like just pop in his car and anybody can make money. Like, that's crazy, right? Especially there where there's not a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? There's not a lot of opportunities. You don't want to oversaturate the market. Like, see, Uber doesn't care if they're if they're oversaturating what they're doing. You know what I mean? As long as they have users to, ride on their platform, they could care less how many like actual drivers there are. It's the same with real estate, right? Like, I think we do something like we do 90 transactions for the year in the Greater Toronto area market, and we have 55,000 agents. So it's like one in how do I put it? On average, the most transactions you would do is like 2. You know what I mean? But what's crazy is that in the industry, 5% of the agents do 90% of the volume. Like, so many of them are just wannabe agents that are not that do like 1 or 2 transactions a month. Like, you're considered a big agent if you sell more than 10 homes or 10 transactions.
That actually makes a lot of sense because, that game is more of a situation where you feel like you can go and make some money, and then you realize that it's totally different than what it's supposed to be.
Oh, yeah. Especially with real estate.
Like, it's totally different. Hey, also, when the last time one of y'all found like some money on the ground? I'm not talking about porn. I'm talking about $5, $10.
All the time. Yeah, at least. You got to know where to look.
You gotta know where to look.
Hey, see, that's somebody that knows, like, he leaves no stone unturned.
Not me. Not me. And I think the most I've found is I've found hundreds of dollars, or not hundreds, like $100 bill, at least 5 or 6 times in my life. Like, I find money all the time. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, what's crazy is when I find it, God speaks to me and says, "Look over there." Like, the amount of time I hear that voice in my head that says, "Look over there," or do this, da 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 da. You know what I mean? And I listen and obey. You know.
That's how I found. When I was in child, I used to borrow money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like they say a lot of times they say that's the Holy Spirit speaking to you.
always tend to find it when you need it the most.
Mm-hmm.
That's the funny part.
Yep, that happens a lot. It's happened to my dad when he went one trip to go to St. Lucia. You know what I mean? The guy was like, "Oh, maybe if you win, uh, you know, you can use it to pay for your trip to St. Lucia, right?" And they're laughing, ha ha ha. And then he ends up winning $5,000.
Yeah, that's a trip right there.
Yeah, like my dad is a lucky guy. Like as a kid, I remember he used to be. I don't know if he does it now so much, but he would tell you to take a deck of cards, and he could guess the cards underneath the card. Like he would tell you, you're gonna pull this, you're gonna pull that, and he did it with like say 8 times out of 10 kind of accuracy. Like he didn't get every single one, but he got a lot of them where you're just like, holy shit, how are you doing that?
Well, my dad won the lottery big time, so he's real lucky.
Yeah. How much did he win?
I think like $5 million.
Nice. Mm-hmm. That is good.
He don't disclose it to me.
Yeah.
But I seen it on the news. I was like,
I would.
We have the same name, and so people started calling me. Like, hey, you won the lottery? I'm like, no. They're like, no, you won the lottery. I'm like, nah, I didn't win no lottery. And then my dad called me. Yeah, I just hit for.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't tell anybody. Well, I might tell people they found out, but like, everybody has those stories like, oh, if I win the lottery, I'm giving you this, and I ain't giving anybody anything.
Man, see, so that's what he did. He didn't tell nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So it came out as far as just like somebody reported it, because if you win a certain amount, they can actually report it without your consent.
Yeah.
And he was mad, but he doesn't do social media. He doesn't do any of that. So, so they just said Ricky McBride, and everybody just assumed it was me.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm getting calls from like news people and everything else like that. And I'm like, what in the world going on? And then he calls me like, yeah, I didn't want to say nothing, but I guess I gotta tell you.
Nice. But that's crazy. It's good lucky him, you know what I mean?
Exactly. That's why I said, oh, good job.
Yeah. But that's the thing, I couldn't do it because to me it's like that's how you lose all your money. You start giving it away to this person, that person, everybody thinks, oh, you won the lottery, you got this, and no, man, I'm taking that stuff and I'm making money with it. And then when I make money from the stuff, we can talk about giving you something. You know what I mean? Or I'll buy you this is what I always tell them. I'll buy you a place and you can live in it for free. And I told my sister that, she like went nuts. She was like, what? What? You wouldn't buy me a place and give it to me? And I was like, yeah, because you hook up with some guy, and the next thing you know, you guys are selling the place and splitting the money or something. You know what I mean? Like, hell no. Like, no, it's you're welcome to use it, but you can't, like, I'm not giving my money away, like, because then I won't have any money. Yeah.
Like, my dad stifling people out. That's what he was doing. He was like, yeah, I'm going to give you this, and I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear nothing from you.
That's it. Don't ever ask me for another thing. Well, that's usually what I do to some people, especially when they ask me for money. I'll say, okay, I'm going to give you this money, but, like, if you, like, never return it, you can never ask me for money. Like, know that, this is like the last time. Yeah. Like, you fuck this up, I'll never give you another chance. And then I only will lend money that I'm, like, if I'm not worried about.
Yeah. Like, I'm okay with losing.
Yeah.
Like, that's, like, I didn't understand that till my mom had to break it down to me. She was like, Rick, if you're going to be mad about the money that you loaned out to somebody, don't loan it out.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if they ask for $500 and you're okay with giving them $50, just give them $50.
Yeah.
Like, don't give them 500 because you're gonna get mad about giving them 500. If you give them 50 and they don't come back, then okay.
Yeah. It is what it is. You kind of knew that was going to happen. What is that noise? Is that you, Ricky?
Yeah.
What are you making there? It sounds like you're like jumping on a bed or something.
Oh no, it's actually I'm grinding a grapefruit because I'm making this lemonade.
Oh.
So it's like
Yeah, I was like, what is this guy up to?
I'm over here grinding a grapefruit. I'm like,
but it's funny. It's crazy how sound effects can change. I actually used to do that with a buddy of mine. He's like a music producer, and so we would drive around places and look for different sounds for him to record, and then he would take those and use them as sound effects and stuff like that in his music and shit. Create beats from it and whatnot. So it's pretty.
The grapefruit I already had. I forgot. I be doing too much sometimes.
Join the club.
Yeah, I have to get back on that again.
Get back on what?
I am surviving vegan, right?
Sorry?
You guys have heard of I am surviving vegan?
No. What is that?
I think I have. So I know who you're talking about now. The lady, you know who she's talking about if you see her.
Oh, that's her profile on the group.
On IG. Like I actually did a seminar, not a seminar, but like there was a vegan tasting in Atlanta that we both had to speak at.
Oh,
yeah, she's knowledgeable. I just say that much.
Mm-hmm.
So she actually gave away a free shot where you do a 3-day grapefruit cleanse.
Oh.
And she gives you the schedule, what you should be taking, a grocery list, and yeah, I really want to do that again. A lot of people have dropped like what 5 pounds.
Yeah, I can see how grapefruit can do a lot to, break down the fat. Pineapple's really good too. Like if you want to lose weight, you drink pineapple, especially the rind of the pineapple, because it's got it's high in this thing called bromine, and bromine breaks down your fat so that you can lose weight. Oh, it's inside. So used to opening the door for this dog, I didn't realize the dog's not even in. It's not even outside. It's so funny because I looked over and he's sitting on the couch like, "What are you doing?" I'm already inside, buddy. I'm like, oh, you fucker. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask the people who guys pineapple.
Huh?
When you guys eat pineapple, does it feel like it's eating your stomach?
Yeah, I mean sometimes the stomach, the acid in the pineapple. Like if I eat too much, it gets not even just in my stomach, but like on my lips and stuff too. The acids. But good evening, Chantel for health. Welcome to Seamoss Live, or let's talk about Seamoss. I can't wait to go down to St. Lucia, but fuck, I don't know, man. I'm kind of stressed a little bit because um, I haven't gotten fully vaccinated yet. And I just found out that you can't even board a plane in Canada unless you're vaccinated. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
There's loopholes.
Okay.
They still do that?
Well,
I'm pretty sure you can do it. You can do that.
okay.
Like, you personally wouldn't mind going through that. I mean,
I'll look it in then, and maybe we can talk tomorrow, and you can tell me a little bit about the loopholes because, yeah, man, my family has the trip booked for June 12th, and so they were kind of saying to me today, like, "What's going on, bro? Are you getting your shit together, or are we going without you?" And you know they'll do it. They've done it before. I'm slow like a tortoise sometimes. Like when it comes to like getting things moving, I don't know. I like pressure, doing things at the last minute. I guess. Yeah.
That
So
sounds like a situation. This is what I do. This is how I perform. Like, let's just pressure. I don't want it.
pressure makes diamonds. It's all how you manage it.
I like pressure, man.
hmm
Like I think that's my comfort zone. Yeah.
My only sort of like, how do you say it, Achilles heel or whatever is my procrastination. And so I like the pressure, but sometimes what happens is I wait too long before I take action. And so it's almost like things would go a lot smoother if I just did it in the beginning rather than wait till the last minute.
Yeah.
But I guess that's part of liking the pressure, you know?
That's what I was about to say. I just say that. Like sometimes pressure turns into oh shit.
Yeah. hmm But at the same time, right? You can choose to allow them to aggravate you, or you can choose to learn how to develop like a force field so that they can say what they're saying and it doesn't matter. And that's something that I've been trying to like challenge myself it's just like how do you tune out the voices of other people so you could I know. hmm
you know what it is that I end up doing? Like, I end up having a conversation with myself, like, bro, you do this all the time. Like, and so it's kind of like I'll hype myself up. Like, as much as they talk, I'll hype myself up. Like, bro, you know how you do this. Like,
you know what's up.
Like, I got a 99% success rate on coming through. It don't matter when I have to do it. I have a 99% success rate on coming through under pressure. So it's kind of like I got that, but it's like how you say that Mamba mentality. It's the Mamba mentality. It's like I always want to take the last shot.
No, I try to kind of explain that to my mom. Is that like, you know, if I didn't do this way, it wouldn't be me. Like, and I wouldn't be successful. Like, I would fail all the time because I'm not operating in my zone. Like, there's your zone is not my zone. You know. But you know what's crazy? And oh my God, it's like I just gotta say, God is good. So the other day I was on YouTube scouring, and this video came out of nowhere. I don't know where it came from. I'll send you the link later. You've got to look this up. It's called the game of life and how to win it. And so I sent the copy to my mom, right? Because my mom is like one of the biggest worriers on the planet. Like, I've never met someone that worries more. Like, she looks for things to worry. No, seriously. Like, we would get into arguments because I would have a conversation when I tell her, and in half the conversation is like, well, did you look into this, or did you think about this? And I'm like, Mom, do you even know what you're talking about? Like, what's you asking me this stuff? You know what I mean? No, that's not going to happen. No, this is, you know what I mean? I'm just worried. This is stop worrying. So, anyways, in the video, it goes in about how important your thoughts are and how it shapes your reality and manifests as things. And basically, she had like an epiphany and realized that like a lot of the situations in her life, because her kind of like stance was like, well, I need to worry because things go wrong. Look at all these things that have gotten wrong. And she now realizes that part of the reason why these things got wrong is because she was worrying and expecting them to go wrong. And that's why they manifested. And so, yeah, it's a really cool, it's on YouTube. So it's like an audio book, and it's called The Game of Life and How to Win It. And it goes into different scriptures in the Bible to explain, partially what God meant and what was the purpose and stuff like that. And I don't want to get too touched on religion, but I just want to say that my experience being in religion and listening to other people, especially those that aren't in religion, is that they really don't know anything about like God and sort of like how to work with him and how to build a relationship. You know what I mean? And those people that don't like going to church, it's usually because they don't understand what's going on, you know? But when you start opening your eyes and sort of like, and your mind to like how this universe really works and understand that there are these laws, like the law of gravity, like the law, you know what I mean, that just governs everything, you know what I mean? And so when you learn these laws and you understand these laws, you begin to control the world. You know what I mean? And so that's sort of one of my challenges lately is like, how do I get more control over my own life and you know what I mean, my world? How do I find these keys to doing these things, different things that will unlock the door for us, like the law of attraction or the law of reciprocation and stuff like that, you know? Anyways, I don't.
You're right on with that too.
I
said you're right on with that too.
Yeah.
Like once you actually, it's kind of like you get into a mind frame, and once you get that mind frame, and once you actually are able to practice the same thing and get into that mind frame, it's like anything can happen.
Yeah. So that mind frame is a frequency. You know what I mean? And I think that's what people like, they have to be aware of is like, you need to focus on these different frequencies to get into these frame of minds so that you can operate in the way that you need to operate to accomplish the task that you set yourself out to. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. 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 I believe that faith is really built on the experience of testing that faith. And so if you never put it to the test, you'll never know that it's really there. But when you start testing it and you start getting comfortable with it, you it just becomes it's like a subconscious natural thing. You know what I mean? And yeah, there's times where for me at least, I'll catch myself and I'm not gonna I have some doubts or worries and stuff like that. And I'm realizing now that the moment I do that, I introduce that possibility. You know what I mean? And so you just gotta be like, I guess, faithful, just and so part of this faith is it unlocks the power of desire. And so there's energy in you having a desire for something. And if you desire something strongly enough, then you will achieve it, right? Like you will just will it into existence. And so part of what gives um, desire its sort of like focus and control is your faith, your belief in that actual thing happening. You know what I mean? That vision and the visualization and stuff. Like everything that I'm doing right now in Seamoss, I knew that I was going to be doing it before. I visualized it. Do you know what I mean? Like I thought it out in my mind and planned it and set the desire to the point where I invested so much into it that I couldn't lose it. Like I literally burnt the ships behind me where I'm all in it. I have to win it. I can't lose because I've invested. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's financial, sometimes it's just your commitment. You know what I mean? And that commitment to put it into that belief, you have to. You know what I mean? You have to have that desire. So it's like a combination of all those things focused on this one goal or whatever you want to accomplish, and that's what comes in. You learn a lot of these techniques. You got to read this book called Think and Grow Rich, and they really expand on desire and faith, and then they also talk about sexual energy and how we can use sexual energy to like almost hyper manifest things into existence, and that a lot of times we're throwing away our energy because we're just having mindless sex and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even now I get older, I realize why they told you not to masturbate. No. Well, in a sense, listen, spiritually, you will go blind. Think about that. They were right. Do you know what I mean? Because you lose a lot of this power and this clarity when you're sort of like all drunk into having sex all the time. You know what I mean? Your mind's not focused on what you really need to do, and you're not using that energy. Like, there's a burning desire when you want to, I guess, mate with somebody. And so you being able to take that burning desire and convert it, or channel it into something else. No, it's it's not the actual physical part, it's the desire for sex. Yeah, and sexual energy. So there is energy released in the actual climax and release of sex, and by holding that in, you can, because they talk about that in like tantric sex and stuff like that, holding in your chi or whatever it is, so that you have more powerful eruptions and whatnot. So that all comes into the energy and the vibrations and stuff like that. And I'll be honest, I am no expert at this. I just know what I know from some books that I've read and just my personal experience. A lot of it I draw on just my own observations. Champion lover. What? What'd you say, Maria? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 But also what can happen is if you connect with the right lady or the right partner, and they invoke certain feelings and emotions from you, you can use those feelings and the energy from those feeling emotions to channel into something that pushes you into areas. It's like, when you fall in love with a woman and you want to do so much for her, you know what I mean, you find you doing stuff that you would never believe you doing. You know, it's like that kind of similar thing, taking that energy to push it into accomplishing something. Getting your stamina built up, huh? Jungle Boy. Now imagine you put something in that path where it's like, in order to achieve that, you had to achieve this. Do you know what I mean? So in order to get the sex prize, you had to do all this stuff. You know what I mean? Or look at all the stuff you did to get it. And imagine, instead of doing that stuff, it was something else that led to your personal development or something like that. Do you know what I mean? You'd be you'd be doing all these things that would help your life. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't be doing it really so much for yourself, but more or less to get the sex. But it doesn't matter, right? Whatever it takes to get the job done. Like, sometimes you got to trick yourself into doing things in order to do it. You know what I mean? Now, yeah, you tricked yourself, but who cares? You got it done, right? This is how it is. Some ways, you got to trick yourself into pulling energy out of you that you didn't think you had energy in you. Well, here, let me grab the book. that I have really quickly, and I'll read a quick paragraph about sort of what they talk about how love plays into that. You know what's another good book to do too? You got to check out is 48 Laws of Power. Probably. I bet you it's on there. Yeah, definitely Think and Grow Rich should be on there. Let me see if I can pull out a quick paragraph. Sometimes. The Mystery of Sex Transmutation. Mm-hmm. So it says here the transmutation of sex energy calls for the exercise of willpower, to be sure, but the reward is worth the effort. The desire for sexual expression is inborn and natural. The desire cannot and should not be submerged or eliminated, but it should be given an outlet through the form of expression through enrich the body, mind, and spirit of the man. If not given this form of outlet through transmutation, it will seek outlets through purely physical channels. A river may be dammed and its water controlled for a time, but eventually it will force an outlet. The same is true for the emotion of sex. It may be submerged and controlled for a time, but its very nature causes it to seeking means of expression. If not transmuted into some creative effort, it will find a less worthy outlet. A less worthy outlet. So basically, they're saying that you need to find a way to channel your sexual desires so that they're used for good and not for evil. Pretty cool stuff. It's called Think and Grow Rich, and then it calls genius is developed through the sixth sense. The reality of a sixth sense has been fairly well established. The sixth sense is creative imagination. The faculty of creative imagination is one which the majority of people never use during an entire lifetime, and if used at all, it usually happens by mere accident. A relatively small number of people use with deliberation and purpose a forethought the faculty of creative imagination. Those who use this faculty voluntarily and with understanding of its functions are geniuses. I guess I'm a genius then. It's proven. This book proves it. You know what I mean? And so this is something that I truly believe in. That hold on one second here. I want to make sure this phone's charging. This app is messed up on my phone. So this is something that I truly believe in, and I feel that a lot of my intelligence comes from. And so it's called the infinite intelligence. So the faculty of creative imagination is the direct link between the finite man, the finite mind of man, and the infinite intelligence. All so-called revelations referred to in the realm of religion and all discoveries of basic or new principles in the field of invention take place through the faculty of creative imaginations. So it says where hunches come from. When ideas or concepts flash into one's mind through what is popularly called a hunch, they come from one or more of the following sources: infinite intelligence, One's subconscious mind, where it's stored every single impression and thought impulse ever reached, and then from the mind of some other person who has just released a thought or picture of the idea concept through conscious thought, and from another person's subconscious storehouse. So in this book, they talk about like how we as human beings are um, like basically source energy, and we are transmitters and receivers, and so it's possible for us to transmit information from one mind to the next, and that we all connect to this thing called the infinite intelligence. What are you guys' thoughts on that? You think it's crazy? Okay, just curious. I truly believe in the infinite intelligence, just because I feel like there's so much stuff that I know that I don't know how I know, that that's the only explanation that I can draw on. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, y'all exactly right. I'm over here listening. I'm actually trying to make this lemonade, but yeah, like like sometimes, to be honest with you, I feel like I'd be able to finish doing this sentence. Like seriously, like we'll be talking. I'm like he'll send and we always talk like he'll send me music stuff. I'm like, bro, I already got that on my playlist.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like, oh, you should do this. I'm like, bro, like, how do you even know? Like, okay, it's kind of scary, but at the same time, it's like you know that you're in the right place.
Hmm. No, we were supposed to. We were meant to link up, and
Yeah.
and we were supposed to do it a long time ago, and I ignored it. You know what I mean? And that's sometimes where you got to be open to these signs, because the first opening was when Kenya said to me, he was like, "Why don't you go call Ricky and see if you guys can work something out? Whereas like if you don't have Seamoss, he can help you, and if, vice versa." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know." Like it sounded like a good idea, but at the time, I felt like, you know what I mean. I don't know. I was too busy.
You were in your own space.
Yeah, that was it.
It's sometimes when you and I think we were both in our own space at the time.
Yeah, that was it, and it was just. But then I don't know. Some things happened, and I started like checking your own feeling. I'm like, okay, but that's the thing too. I'm very like apprehensive of me. I'm like Drake, no new friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's really like it's not easy for you to come into my circle, and for me to kind of welcome you in. Like, okay, you're in. You know what I mean? And so but when it's like kind of seeing that we were on the same page on a few ideas and this and that, then I really said, okay, all right, this is
it's
cool.
Like it's really like more like protecting your energy, because like once you get to that certain point, then it's really a situation where like I'll give you the shirt off my back, but I don't just want to give it to anybody.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And there's a lot of people trying to pull the shirt off my back, and some of them are like pretending to be your friend, but you know that these guys, it's like it's funny.
There's an underlying situation that's going on. There's something that's just not
Mm-hmm.
right.
And what's crazy about me is that I've had so many partnerships that it's like it's almost like you can see it coming before you coming. And so if I think something's going to happen, I'll create a scenario to see how you react with the scenario, and how you respond to it will determine to me how I'm going to proceed on how I fuck with you. Do you know what I mean? Because I can't trust anybody to tell me what they think. I have to see what I have to test their heart. Because what you think, people change their mind like they change underwears, but it's your heart that's hard to change.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Like only God can change your heart. Mm-hmm.
Boy, there's some cultures out
Yeah.
here.
And here's the thing, though. I have no problem with people wanting to come in and make money and do it for the business. You know what I mean? It's how they conduct their business that is of concern to me. What when it comes down to making a decision, are you going to decide on what's right or what's profitable? Right? That's that's my kind of concern with some of these guys, because I'm all for growing and expanding and selling a lot of Seamoss, because to me, every dollar means, every dollar spent in St. Lucia is just, it's better for everybody. Like I just lost a deal with a guy where he was kind of like, oh, I found a better price, and I'm like, I'm happy for it. Like he was all worried, thinking I was gonna get upset, right? But I was like, I'm happy for you. Go get the better price, because at the end of the day, you know, my service costs a certain amount of money, and I would rather make that money than to be put in a position where I have to compromise in my service in order to provide that product. And when you break me down on a price below what I can afford, that the service is going to be compromised.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Is like it's almost like you don't want to do business with them, so they get pushed to the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're intentionally doing it. It's just that it's how the game is going.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And the lowest price is not always the best price. That's what I know for a fact. We don't pay the lowest price. You know what I mean? That's why we always have Seamoss. That's why our Seamoss is. I laugh at some of these guys because I'm just like, yeah, bro, okay. We'll see how things work when the price goes up $5. You know what I mean? And one or two things are either going to happen. You're either not going to have Seamoss, or you're going to have to pay more. Because in a lot of ways, the truth is this: there is an abundance of Seamoss in St. Lucia, right? Particularly, but not everybody's willing to sell it for rock bottom price, and a lot of them would sooner throw it away than to sell it for, you know what I mean, less than what they felt their work was worth. And so, I guess basically what I'm trying to say is, like, if the market price were to go up, like, you would see more Seamoss available, but like the price is higher. You know what I mean? So as long as the price stays low, we limit the amount of availability that's there. You know what I mean? Because only so many people are willing to work for that low of a price. Yeah.
Okay, Julien, I got it to where it's not slow. Hopefully.
Nice. Well, you've been doing a lot of like stirring that thing. I could hear it.
It's been taking it forever. Like this, like while we've been on live, I've been doing this the whole entire time.
Yeah. Pardon, Rio? What'd you say? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the issue is that. So what I ended up having to do is like I took that little bit of the Seamoss with a little bit of water. Now it probably would have actually took me less time if I would just blended that and not added extra water and just put that in a thing and then start adding the other mixtures in. Because what happens is when I added the extra water into it, just the water and the Seamoss, everything got thick. And then I just been adding a little bit more water here. Then I added some more pineapple juice to the point where I was like, okay, it's enough. It's liquidy enough that I'm able to do something with it. So, yeah, I think I got it. Well, okay, so I boiled the water and then I used that to actually blend the Seamoss powder because it actually evaporates a lot easier. And then what I should have did, I should have actually just took that and separated that and then added cold water without blending it and just stirred it in. So that would actually made it a little bit more liquidy. But I actually just added the cold water into it and I just blended it even more. And so it actually came out thick. And so then I took it back to the blending after that just to get to the point where it's mostly liquid now. But that's actually the last thing I added, and that's when it started getting real liquid. So you're exactly right. You're exactly right on that. Every time yeah, it kind of got me this week when I made the first batch. It was like a slushy. It's like a Seamoss slushy. That a lemon Seamoss slushy. That's what it really was, and it was okay, but it just wasn't. It wasn't hitting like I wanted it to hit. Exactly. Yeah, I was looking for a certain thing, then my label guy just started bringing me all these good labels, so I got sidetracked. Yeah.
I didn't even see you. Like, I gotta figure out this app thing. I gotta get a new app. Yusuf's in the background for a while, trying to get my attention, I guess.
I see them in Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's where I see him in Clubhouse. But I didn't see him because I guess the way my screen is, it's like he's below the fold or whatever.
Oh.
Hey, what's up? And yeah, so not much. So yeah, until you did the chat, I didn't even know because I'm like, who's sending me messages? And then I saw Yusuf with his emoticons and stuff. I was like, oh god. Mm. So what's on, buddy?
In this storming out here. I'm in Alabama. It's storming. I didn't drive I drove like 600 miles today. I stopped like 3 hours ago.
Ooh, 600 miles.
So where'd you start at?
I started in North Carolina. I forgot the little small town, but I picked up some some chicken parts for dog food.
Oh shit! Like chicken backs.
Yeah, it's basically the guts and all that stuff in these big old tubs, the containers, and I'm bringing it over there. I can smell it too, like the trailer stink.
Oh god, that must have been horrible. Just like decomposing chicken hearts and livers and gizzards. What is that? Is that someone's? Oh, that's Yusa's phone. I was like, what is that? I think he got a phone call. But I'm gonna have to talk to him about that ringtone there. Like that's something my mom would have or something. No, bro, no lie. Like I always wanted to smash whoever like came up with that symphony. I always wanted to smash the person that came up with that ringtone. Like it's like I don't know. It's the most obnoxious ringtone.
That's one of my favorite anytime.
No, me. There used to be this one called Kick It that was pretty badass. And it used to go pum, 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 or something like that. But they got rid of it a long time ago. Oh.
It probably costs now. It probably costs.
Whatever happened to that? You remember when everybody was like all big on paying for ringtones and they had all these like ringtone apps and stuff like that, and you know, like my buddy had a site.
Voicemails.
Huh?
Remember voicemails?
Oh man.
The pre-record. My buddy used to always do the voicemail joke where he would pretend that he was on the phone and then he'd be like, "Oh, ho, 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 leave a message." Like, yeah. Do you remember the time, or did you guys ever used to do this, where you would get on the three-way call, and then the other person would get on the three-way call, and then you would have like a party line of like 30 people?
Only when I was in jail.
Bro, in St. Lucia, these guys got cell phones in jail. Bro, in jail, these guys got cell phones in St. Lucia. Like
it's different now. Everybody has a cell phone in jail.
Really? That's what I thought was crazy. Like, bro, I would be there, and like my partner would get a call like at least 2 times a day from someone asking him to send him credit, and it was
jail phones cost a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like unless you got the end on, I probably shouldn't be saying too much, but unless you got the end on sending them in, bruh, you about to pay.
Mm-hmm. I believe it.
That's how jokers go broke.
Well, yeah, and then you have to get the credits and stuff. Like I said, there was constant.
It's usually like 5 or 6 people using the phone, and so what ends up happening is you gotta watch out for your stuff. You can't never leave your stuff open because then they start sending people from your phone messages and like, hey, I need some money. Can you add it to this and this? Or they might see somebody in your Facebook or something like that and start messaging them and say, hey, this is such and such. Man, this is wild. Wild situation.
That is crazy. That sounds so wrong.
It is so wrong. But they live. A lot of them living better than people that's on the outside.
Oh yeah, some of them have like the whole life together there, move-in apartment, furniture,
got that headphone. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I got a homeboy. I swear that he likes going back to jail. Like he likes going back. Like I think he seriously likes going back to jail. Like,
yeah.
Like I think he feels more comfortable in jail than he feels like in society.
No, that happens a lot. It's like people going homeless, like on purpose.
Well, I had a buddy who used to refer to it as going on vacation.
Yeah.
So, like, that's what he would tell his family or his kids and shit like that. Yeah, I'm just going away on business. I'll be back. I'll be gone for 30 days. Because that's what he would, like, he was like, I don't want to say petty criminal. The guy was fucking smart. Like, some of the shit I've watched this guy do when it comes to scamming, it's like, wow. Like, and so his big thing was laptops. And so he would go hit office buildings at between 4:30 and 6 o'clock. That was his working time. He would dress in a suit, and this guy was like like he was Pakistani and stuff, but he was like big and muscular. Like he was one of those guys where it was like he looked like a business guy, like a professional. And so he would walk into the offices and he would walk around and he'd wait till he saw someone not paying attention or you know what I mean? They're in their cubicles and shit, and he would just steal their laptops. And he would go in an office building and pull sometimes 10, 15 laptops in a day. Yeah. And then go sell those for like 2 G's each, or and like he would break into an equipment room and like walk out of the thing on a dolly, 10 laptops, because he looked like he was the tech guy taking the tech computers away. Yeah, bro. He used to move a lot, you know what I mean? And so that was his life. And he just accepted going to jail as part of the business, you know? But yeah. His craziest story he ever told me, and was there, like he called me like almost crying when it happened. And so he broke into this restaurant and he found his way into a basement and he opened this door into this room and he said in the room it was just a table with stacks of cash. And so he walked out of there with $250,000. He couldn't believe it. He was like he was crying. Like he's like, dude, it was there. He's like, so much money. I just grabbed as much as I could and I got out of there. I was just like, bro, you what? You did that? You're nuts. It's like, yeah, man. Fuck, bro, you so much money. He's like, I want to go back, but I'm scared because he knows, like, if he goes back, they'll be waiting for him. You know what I mean? But he was just like, it was so much money. Oh, yeah. But that was the kind of guy he was. Like, he was in it that much that like he would stumble. Like, what are the chances of stumbling on that? But sad thing is that the money probably lasted him like 6 months, and he blew it all. Yeah, just on stupid stuff. Bought a truck, bought this, bought ski-doos, bought all these kind of toys. You know, that's what happens when you don't manage his money. And then he was like right back where he was, as if you know what I mean. Minus like a nicer truck or whatever, but these things are material things. You know what I mean? And if you don't have a machine to continue getting these material things, there's no point in having the material. That's I think of a mistake a lot of these people that want all this stuff seem to forget is you need to build the machine to continuously give you this stuff before you just get the stuff. You know? It's like the chicken before the egg or whatever. But it is what it is. So, what do you guys want to talk about? I know we've been talking since
Man, you sound low, man.
he is slow.
Well, man, that man must be on the Xbox mic.
Ouch.
Who, me? What you mean?
Oh, we're gonna go. Oh, because you had that ringtone. What's up with the? Because when we were listening to you talk, your phone rang, and you had like the sympathy as the ringtone or whatever.
Yeah,
it's
that's whatever come with the Verizon phone. You know how like T-Mobile have date stuff,
called.
Verizon have like all the same stuff. Yeah, it's like Verizon got. I mean, whatever kind of phone you have, Verizon always have that same shit, and I don't really change nothing. I just keep that shit how it is.
You know, I always wondered what happened to the sidekick. Like, why did they get rid of that thing? That thing was badass.
Nah, because it was stupid. It was a sidekick for real.
No, man, I was like always waiting for it to come to Canada, and I think there was one point it was about to come to Canada. They had it for a bit, and then it was on this network called Fido, and then Fido got bought up by this other company called Rogers. And Rogers is like the worst company in Canada, and they fuck up everything they touch, and so they
Okay, that's like Boost Mobile down here.
yeah. And they took the company over and just like dropped all the cool stuff on it and just made it so that it's not even worth mentioning kind of thing. It's like their side bitch that doesn't get a lot of play. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sidekick was like one of the first like text phones, right? With
Mhm.
text.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah,
the first.
BlackBerry.
Well, yeah, probably one of, but the Sidekick was like the first like kind of smartphone where you could do all these different stuff, play music on it, send the messages.
Yeah, it looked like a damn Nintendo. I think that's the one you talking about.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
hand Nintendo.
yeah. And it had a keyboard and it would flip, and it had this like proprietary network that you could get on, and it was like faster than all the other services, and it was like almost virtually free for the data.
Yeah, everybody had that. All the dudes in the neighborhood had that until they found out that they was incriminating themselves by typing each other, and they used that shit in court. Then that shit went down the drain. Nobody wanted it no more. That was the sidekick for the police.
Yeah. Oh shit. What chirp phone?
I used to like the HTCs. I think it was called HTC or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, HTC. I used to like those phones. It was tight, but I don't know what happened to that company.
Didn't they like
Samsung, the base spot?
Yeah, or didn't they merge into like Huawei or something like that? Or maybe they still make the products, you just no one's buying them. HTC.
Yeah, HTC was like the biggest phones during that time when the iPhone came out, and that was it.
They still have them here. You can shop for them on the on Amazon.
Yeah, I just put them in on. I just searched it, and I was like, okay, they making games now. Oh Lord, they done left the phones and started making games. Oh my goodness.
They have a few. They have 5G smartphones. They have a blockchain phone.
I see that blockchain.
And there's one where you sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at that blockchain phone. That's nice.
What is a blockchain phone?
I guess a crypto damn thing to be connected to crypto all day, every day.
Yeah, it says the largest crypto exchange meets the Swiss bank in your pocket. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's messed up. They don't even make phones no more.
This is crazy.
Man, they said, Samsung your iPhone, they put them out of business.
This phone looks nice too. It does. I remember one time when I had this dispensary business. The guys that I used to communicate, we had a special phone. It was a PGP phone, and so basically, it was like two phones in one. I had to like do some code to open up the second phone, and I think you couldn't talk, or maybe you could talk, but it was mostly text message that we did. And so everything that we did on the phone was encrypted, which was pretty cool, just to make sure that no one was listening to what we were talking about.
Damn, man, that's crazy. They really don't be making phones no more.
Mm-hmm.
At the HTC Evo, I remember all those. Oh, they go to one I had, HTC HD2. That had Windows on it. The worst operating system ever.
No. This one you can. This one you can put a phone node on your phone for the Bitcoin for making this data. I wonder how much this phone is. It looks pretty cool. I'd like to have a crypto phone.
Hey, Julien.
Yeah.
Y'all still can buy the XRP down there?
Yeah. You want to buy you some XRP? I have some.
Whenever you have free time, probably tomorrow, I'll call you because it's a few coins I can't get down here.
Really?
Yeah, like they don't let us buy XRP down here.
That's weird. Why? Because it's a security token or something stupid like that?
I don't know. I want XRP and I want Tron. Tron went up so high.
But maybe it's where you're buying it from, like your exchange.
No, they don't let you buy here at all. Like no apps. I tried all the apps. I tried the one you told me, Kraken, and buy from that. Because the region we're in, they don't let you buy it.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Okay.
Because they have another one called Tron. That's the one I wanted to buy, and it's gone up. Man, I tell you.
I actually think I have some from Tron. Let me check my Binance account. So
it's called Tron.
Ripple, actually, that's sad. Earlier today, XRP would have been a good time to buy because it was trading at about 71 cents, but it's gone up about 2.5%, almost 3%, and it's now trading at 74. So
yeah, and Tron is 0.06 6196.
Yeah. I want to check out my account because it has that. I'm almost positive.
Cardano went up big time. Hold on, somebody in the bathroom, man. We don't need to hear all that. Hey, he's letting the sound keep it on point. Rick is on point with the sound effects, and I swear.
Yeah. No, he's making lemonade.
Is Rick in the bathroom?
He's making lemonade. So that just made me think about the joke we used to do when we were younger, where when someone would bend over, especially like a fat person, we'd be like, make this noise, and then the person would turn around like, who did that? Like, not us. Such shitheads. Oh, shit.
I'm saying pouring out this stuff.
Just dying. Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh, man. I need to pour some more. I had to put some more grapefruit in this thing. Hey, real quick, did you try making strawberry lemonade? No, like this is the first one. The funny thing is, I actually put
Mm-hmm.
Agave gonna make you poof.
That's actually what I had most of my stuff. I actually added agave to this one.
Okay, so add it to the water, to the strawberry water, and what you gonna, and don't blend the strawberries in like that. It's just gonna help it get like something and all that, and use that water to make that strawberry lemonade, just to sweeten them up and put a strawberry flavor, the lime and everything and all that, and it helps break down the Seamoss to make it more like the consistency. It gives it that nice smooth consistency too. But don't mash up the strawberry and anything like that, because I don't like don't like the little particles. It just look way more cleaner, have a great taste and all that. See the strawberry color from it just go out the strawberry. It starts to turn white.
Yeah. I'm not doing no more experiment. Like I'm done. Like you just switch some stuff up. Like I had to pour some. Like the thing was that I made too much, so now my container again is too full. So I gotta keep on pouring stuff out, and then I just added some more grapefruit because I wanted to be a little bit more citrusy. I'm doing too much.
Oh my God.
I'm supposed to be making capsules tonight. I ain't made not damn capsules. Over here doing lemonade, man.
Hey Ricky, did you try freeze drying the grapefruit?
No, but this is a crazy thing. I had to use my freeze dryer in like 2 weeks.
So I've been experimenting with the lemonade, peach lemonade, strawberry lemonade, hibiscus lemonade, and elderberry lemonade. And I've been using the freeze dried like strawberries and peaches.
Yeah.
And that shit works like great, like above anything else that I've tried. Like freeze drying it and then blending it up and then put it like in boiling water and then do it like that. Like that's the best way that I came across here.
Man, see, I hear you, but I'm trying not to hear you right now. But you're gonna go right back in the lab. Yeah, I'll be up until like 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, okay, I'll be freeze drying stuff. I'll come on Sunday like, yeah, man, I did this freeze dry. Like I tried to do what you told me, and I messed up. And so like I'm trying to get out this kitchen. I swear I am.
Hey. Don't mean to change the subject, but any of y'all buy like metal, like gold, silver, copper?
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of metals you buy? Like gold?
I bought some gold bars probably about 3 years ago. I bought them and put them in a safe.
Because I've been buying silver because silver may be used a lot in the future because they combine the silver with boron. That's what it's called. They're gonna make batteries, and this stuff is like harder than carbon fiber, diamonds. It's like one of the hardest substance that's made by man. So they're starting to use nickel to coat it. They coat it with the nickel or layer the nickel in between to make it like more sturdy and stuff. But
okay, the funny thing that you said that, because I actually had a homegirl that she the one that kind of got me into buying gold bars. And like how somebody just pops up out of nowhere. Like I ain't talked to her in like probably about 2 years. Pops up out of nowhere, and that's what she was talking about. Rick, you still got the gold? I'm like, yeah. She's like, man, go get some silver. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, for real. Like,
that's niggas ain't buying silver.
Yeah, man. Y'all better. But see, it's this other metal nobody knew about. I forgot the name of it, but it's I think it's the I forgot. It's not platinum. That I all of it's gone up. But I've been buying it. I've been buying silver every time I get paid. I've just been buying a few bars of silver.
See, now that you done said that, man, because she had, like, and when I say she came out of nowhere, like, Rick, you need to be buying. I'm like, and, you know, I kind of snapped. I was like, because, you know, I ain't heard from her. I bought these gold bars, just set them in there. And you know,
where you got them from?
I don't know, because she bought them for me. I had to go look at it because, you know, I put them in a safe and it got all the registration and everything on it.
Oh, all right. I put the website where I get them from in the chat. They a certified dealer of precious metals. There's a few of them out here where you can get it from.
Yeah, I had to look at all that stuff. Like, matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, when I bought that when I was buying Bitcoin. When I started buying Bitcoin.
Man, you bought Bitcoin?
A long time ago, yes. I bought a whole bunch of Bitcoin.
What you did with it?
That shit went fly.
What?
Yeah, okay, so if you actually got into Bitcoin before it went crazy, so like when I bought Bitcoin, I bought it at like $8.
Oh man.
So then it went all the way up to 22. And then it went all the way down to like 35. Like it went it might have been 35 to 22 or something like it was like
ridiculous.
Like it went down like a couple. It was like 2,200. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, it started going back up. I think the last has been like super low. I think in 2013.
Yeah, like that was like I bought it when everybody got on it. It was like, and we were doing like I was actually the crazy part about it was I was actually in. You know how they had these groups that you like you put in a couple dollars and like these Facebook groups. Like so I actually ran one of those groups. And so it went all the way up to 22. Like I think it was like 22 or something like that. And then it went down. It went down to like 21, and they just lost all this stuff. Like because I bought it at 8. I bought it at 8,000. So I bought like I had like okay. So I bought one.
Oh, you bought it at 8,000.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but see, this is when like this before when it went up to 22, and so I was lit. So I took some of it out, and I bought some gold with it, and then it started going all the way down. It just went all the way down, and then it went all the way down to like 2,200. I think it was the lowest I seen it go like 20. But once it went under 8, I was out.
Shit, man. I mean, I was dealing with Bitcoin when it was a couple cents, but I never kept them. Even when it was $1, I just never kept them. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I ever did.
I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. Like I think I got some of those too because I was on the black market. I was on the black web.
Oh yeah,
dark web. And so like you know how you have all those like I know I have coins, but I just don't remember how to even get them. Like I forgot.
Oh man.
So
they're on tour somewhere.
They're on tour somewhere. They on that what's that the Onion? What's that? I forget what it is.
Yeah, the Onion. Yeah.
Yeah, they on the Onion somewhere.
Man, you better go find that shit.
Well, I can't remember none. I was smoking so much weed at that time, I can't remember none shit.
Oh man.
Like I was on there just buying up shit. When I say buying it up, I'm talking about just buying it, just going crazy. Like I'm buying all type of stuff. And then
that's where you get your credit cards from.
Well, and then once we ain't gonna talk about that. But hey, we ain't gonna talk about that. But see, oh boy, I know they somewhere because that's the only thing you could do. You had to buy Bitcoin to actually get the stuff.
Yeah. And that's when Bitcoin was like less than a penny. You can get as
some stuff, but then I wouldn't use it all. And then I put some more on there. And so I'm looking like I probably had about.
You're probably a multi-millionaire.
Yeah, I'm probably almost billionaire status.
Yeah, all you need is what? All you need is more than 10,000. You're a billionaire.
It's out there. Somebody find it. I'll split it with you. Somebody crack that code. I'll split it with you. Because I can't even remember them out. Hold on.
My partner, look. My partner just had $4,000 worth of Bitcoin. His wife is something that they gave her in college, and she forgot all about it. And she called and asked me about it. I was like, man, yeah, y'all can get that off there. So they got like 4,000.
Wow.
Plus they have like they have like 100 Bitcoins lost somewhere on the computer. And they trying to get it off the computer. They need to find, I don't know.
They need to find the wallet.
They need to find a socket for it, and they need a password to get in the file that they locked up with the Bitcoin code.
And that's like my job. Like I got so much. Like I know I locked some up. I know that I have to find one of my old phones. I keep all my phones, so I'm not going to go to one of my old phones.
See, that's why you gotta have like archives and stuff like that. You gotta have like a book, because remember they used to give you that digital code.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that you need to keep. A lot of people didn't keep
that wallet. Like that is what we call that digital code for your wallet. And I lost all that shit. Like I can't remember what none of that stuff is, man. And I started looking at it, I started remembering like. You know how you go on hard times, you say, man, I know I got this, man. I started checking everywhere, but I can't remember what phone I was using at the time, but I think I was using a throwaway. And I think I put everything on a throwaway phone because I was on the dark web too much. And wasn't thinking that Bitcoin was going to be the next wave of the future.
No.
Yeah.
That was the problem. Like we just dismissed Bitcoin. Like I just thought that was a nice little quick way to, you know what I'm saying, change the money so nobody can see it. I didn't think I use Bitcoin like it was throwaway money.
Yeah, that's everybody.
I wish I knew then what you know now.
Yeah, all I can tell y'all is if y'all can get Tron, get it. Get it and sit on it. XRP, get it and sit on it.
Yeah, I have Tron. I have.
You have that?
Yeah, I have.
You can buy Tron up there?
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, hey, brother, man, I'm gonna have to holler at you tomorrow, brother, because I'm gonna have to send you some money, brother, because
it just did a pump. I'm freaking out here. It was like almost 8 cents.
Yeah, I think, bro, they getting up there.
Yeah, it jumped from what?
That's gonna be one of the next big ones, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Let's see here. It was high before. It was upwards of 12 cents at one point. It looks like, or even 18 cents was its high. Wow. So back in what's the date here? Hard to see. Where's the date? What'd you say?
Man, I need some of those, man.
Hold on, Real's trying to talk, and when you guys are talking, can't hear it because he's so soft. Like.
It's connected to Ethereum. Is it connected to Ethereum network?
No, they're two different types of coins. So Ethereum is different than Bitcoin, but they operate similar. Yeah.
Ethereum is fast. The Bitcoin take off that doggone year to get to you.
Yeah. Well, no, Bitcoin's gotten faster now. You know what I mean? So last year around this time, it was trading at 18 cents. That's crazy, eh? And then like 1 week it went from like 14 cents down to like 4 cents. That's crazy. And let me see. And I never bought this thing. It was given to me in an airdrop.
Man,
Yeah. It was given to me in an airdrop, and I'll tell you how much I have of it. Like I have a lot. I think I have
yeah,
like
but I definitely need some Prime XRP.
Y'all can trade it. Just trade it once and shit.
yeah, of course. Well, here's the thing. He can't buy it where he's at because of his location. But like I can send it to him. I have enough to um to send it.
Yeah, because I definitely was looking for that Tron XRP. It's a few of them that I'm watching. I cashed out a whole bunch of them, but I'm gonna buy a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. I'll tell you how much I have. On this account. I should actually go. I think I have money on like other accounts too. Now that I think about it, where
Yeah,
I
man, he got other account. He sound like he balling.
well, like when you first started with crypto, you had like Poloniex. I had one on Kraken, and I had one on um, Gemini, and I had an account here on Binance. So Tron, I have 5,490 Tron.
Shit, how much that's worth now?
Not a lot. That's worth. Let's see here. Boom, boom. It's worth. One, two, three.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get some of that.
It's worth $339. So just 340.
And so, how much was it when you bought it? A
I,
couple cents,
I I
right?
didn't buy it.
What you mean?
I,
You got it.
I airdrop, bro. You got to study airdrops.
What?
You never heard of an airdrop?
Hell no, man.
So what an airdrop is whenever people are coming out with new coins, they will do like a special release. And if you own like a certain coin that they're airdropping with, they will, you know what I mean? You'll get it. So I think at the time I had Zill. I had a whole bunch of Zill, and that's why
Damn, you had Zil. You still got that?
yeah, I have 7,477 of Zill, and I bought Zill from trading because I was trading. I use a crypto bot to trade.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the crypto bot was buying coins, and somehow I ended up with these coins like a bag and I held on to them because they dropped at the time, and so I was losing money on it, and I'm an idiot. Rather than just cut my losses in the beginning, I like to hang on to things for some reason. And but in this case, it turned out because look, the thing was worth. I probably maybe spent $50 on it to buy the Zill, and that's now worth like 800 or something. And then through that, I got the Tron for free. I actually had more Tron. I sold it because I thought it was garbage because
Oh,
I got it for free. So,
man.
so what you do is you study these airdrops and you get these free coins, and typically what they do is they'll trade them for other coins that they really want, and so that's a good way to make free money.
Cardano getting up there. Polygon at 144.
Do I own Cardano too? No.
That's why I'm on there.
So I'll tell you the coins that I have. I have Ethernet. I have Zill. I have Tron, I have Bitcoin, I have Binance Coin, I have this thing called NFT, or I think it's Ape PNFT. Ape, actually, it's Ape NFT. So I have that. I have like something like 500,000 of those. I don't know how I got those. I got CBN, um, EDG, ATD, EON, EOP, ADD, Neat One, and Ncash. But a lot of these two are just like fractions coins. Like they're not like a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that Ape NFT is probably the biggest one. But I don't even know. It says buy. I wonder how much this. Like I don't even know how much this thing is worth. Holy shit! So one Binance coin is now worth $423.
And how many Binance coins you have?
I have to check, but I know at a time I had like 20 or 30 of them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because well, no, it would show up on my account. Because what would happen is if you were trading and you trade using Binance coins, like if you paid for your trade using Binance coins, you would save money and you would earn money from it. So that's why I got the Binance coin. But it's like that's a huge price difference, you know. Hey, what's up, Kirby from Vegan Fiber? Hope all is well. But I think he's gone already. There's a lot of stuff to do on whatchamacallit, on these crypto exchanges, especially this Binance. I should save some money on, spend some time on this. I don't even know what's going on with this NFT space. And it's funny you say like you guys were talking about that NFT space. There is something that maybe we can like do where you sell something like um oh, she left. Maria left. I didn't see it till now. But you do something where it's kind of like you buy this coin and it gets you access to like an elite Seamoss club where you can get um, notifications on things that happen first, or you get like a lifetime discount of 20%, or something else. You get invited to a CMOS party that we have once a year. A bunch of stupid stuff that you could get. This you trade it in for one free trip or something like that on the farms. I don't know. I'll have to see how that could work. Definitely for sure though. Now that COVID's coming out and these restrictions are lifting up, that we're going to start planning um, different tours with the CMOS, and not even just the CMOS, but with herbs and stuff.
That's why I see it coming in like when all the herbs, because CMOS will fit right in there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can probably use that same coin just in the herbalism world, because you could connect that with the herbalism world, like with herbs itself.
Mm-hmm.
Buy like man, suppose someone found some vervain, you feel me, and it's like some good vervain. You'd be like, yo, you have moss coin? Yeah, because the thing about it is like a lot of you tap in with each other, like you feel me, like herbalists, like everybody tapping in with each other, and they ain't scared to talk to each other because that's the only way stuff keep on moving, and stuff like that. So if you have like, it don't have to, it doesn't have to be necessarily named moss coin, but like whatever, it could just be related to
that CMOS industry. Yeah, like we started to cut you off. What?
Royal coin.
Royal coin. The Royal CMOS coin. But what I was gonna say is it comes into like in order to make it work, you have to figure out how to one make it easily accessible, but two how do they transfer it to another currency or easily?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like I was saying, like we were talking about it before, if there was a way to have QR codes or something like that and they can do a payment, then that's one thing. Another thing, actually, that just came to my mind, and I wonder if it could work, is there are FRID tags that you can buy or purchase. And I saw a guy on TikTok where he put these stuff all over his house so that all he has to do is touch his phone to the door and the door will lock. Or if he wants to play a certain music sequence, he can touch his phone. Or here's an example. He has this tag on his toilet, on the top of his toilet. So when he puts his phone on the toilet, it starts playing a playlist from his favorite song while he showers. And so a vendor could have these FRID tags set up as prices so that the person just kind of taps the price and it automatically gets withdrawn on their phone. And that's that. Mhm. Huh?
It sounds like a great idea. I'm just thinking about the and like
Well,
It's super low.
well, that's
the software of it. I was thinking like when you tapping it like what it would be like just like a sticker or what was it?
so what they had. It was like a sticker with a little bit of a wire embedded in there. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, got a little quiet there for a second. It's starting to get late.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got no time to drive anyway no more. I got 6 hours.
Well, because after you drive for so long, right? You can't drive again. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I gotta wait 10 hours, but 10 hours is my rest time. But I'm not getting any time back. All I have left is 6 hours, so I can only drive. I'm only driving 5 hours tomorrow. That's 300 miles.
Oh, very good. So they give you like a quota of the maximum distance you can travel every day.
Uh,
One sec. I said the trucking company that you work with, they give you like a maximum amount of distance you can travel every day.
no, the maximum amount you can travel with time is just 600 miles.
Oh,
But your time dictate how far you drive. And then you have to think about shutting down because you have to do your 10-hour break and get up and drive and still make the app time. Like, I picked this load up yesterday, but it was supposed to be a drop and hook. I was supposed to pick it up and just drive off and just be gone and then wake up today and drive. But it didn't happen like that. So they got when I got there, they loaded the trailer I brought in. It was already supposed to be loaded when I got there, but I guess they didn't have any trailers, so they had to use mine, or they just being lazy. I don't know, but since I've been using a lot of time, all I have is 6 hours left, so I'm done after tomorrow. Because I'm not sure if I'm getting anything back. Right.
Sorry, just snacking on a bum me sandwich. The official food therapist. Welcome. You guys ever had a bum me sandwich?
A what?
Bum me sandwich.
I never heard that.
It's a Vietnamese sandwich. I think it's bum Banh.
Oh, it's the one with it's beef and the pickled onions and the
Yeah.
cucumbers and jalapeno pepper.
Yeah. Exactly.
And carrots on it too, I think.
Pardon?
I said, don't they have shredded carrots on it?
Yeah, shredded carrots.
And cilantro.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I had one of those.
They're good.
Yeah, I had one of those a long time ago.
That's how I know it was good because I know you don't eat meat no more, and you said exactly what was said. Yo, I was like, hey, it must be good.
Yeah. I used to have to make those. Man, to say it looked plain when you look at it, I'm like, it's colorful. It's a colorful sandwich.
Yeah.
But it looked plain. But
Eat it.
man, that motherfucker, man, it's good.
The flavors.
Yeah, man. Whoever thought of those flavors, man, they did it right. And everything fresh on it too.
That's why I like it.
You got me thinking about going to get a sandwich.
Even the French roll is soft and tasty.
Yeah.
Hold on, what's the sandwich? I might try to make a veg version of that. You said it was pickled onions.
Nah, it ain't gonna work, Flip. It ain't gonna work, Flip.
Why?
No, they have a veggie version. I think it's made with like tofu or something.
Yeah, trash.
Yeah, we got trash. But listen, I'm telling you, look, listen, with the power.
No, man, it ain't gonna work, bro.
Listen,
no, man. No, it ain't gonna work.
Why? Tell me now.
Because the flavor you get when you eat meat, the flavor comes from the fat.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, hear what I'm saying. You cannot duplicate fat from meat, from nothing else. It's the fat from the meat that
gives the flavor.
Fats give everything flavor.
Without the meat,
fat, brother, you will never get close to that flavor.
And when you eat a meat that has no fat, it tastes like crap.
Yes. That's why bacon is so delicious, because it's full of fat. That lovely smoky pig ass. But yeah, bro. Bacon. Let me tell you, bro. I grew up. My dad was Muslim, so when I first started cooking, boy, they had some apple smoked bacon. I was like, man, that smells good. Let me taste a piece. Cause I had to do like taste testing when I would learn how to cook. Boy, I bit into that bacon, boy. That shit had my eyes watering. It was so delicious. Boy, I flew up to heaven, came back down, and ate some more of that damn bacon.
Oh, I love bacon.
That's why I say, boy, I went cold turkey when I started eating meat. I went cold turkey.
Oh,
the hardest thing I ever did.
Yeah, that's crazy. You have to go quick turkey, or you just go back.
He gonna make veggie bacon, yo.
Yeah, I'm about to do it. I have some lion's mane. I had soaked it. I had yeah. No, I had soaked it. Well, listen. I had soaked the lion's mane. I marinated it for a day. Listen, what? Lion's mane egg soap. Go ahead.
Oh man, it ain't gonna work, man. It ain't gonna work. You gonna have smoked maple mushrooms, not bacon.
Yeah, but it's like I'm telling you, like if you get the right oils and the fats in it, that's what it is, man. Because it absorbs the lion's mane, it absorbs it, and you have to flavor it. He's like, you gonna fail.
No, bro. Let me tell you something. Now you do have some good dry mushroom. It's supposed to be like jerky, beef jerky, and stuff like that. It's good. I'm not saying it's not good, but you just can't replicate something from you can make anything taste good because if you most meat you eat, if you eat it by itself with nothing on it, it's trash. If you go kill a cow right now and put it on a grill with no salt, pepper, no nothing, it's trash. Mm-hmm. But you know, right season, it's gonna taste like something. But vegetables, mushroom, it only tastes like vegetables and mushroom, brother. Oh man, no. It ain't gonna taste like smoked ribs.
Okay, all right. So
beef brisket.
Like, all right. I made a veg burger. I'm telling you, I messed up. I usually write down when I do something, but when I'm experimenting, sometimes I get caught up and I don't do that. I just can't because I be in it. So I just be mixing and going, and the next thing I do, I make something bomb, and I can't replicate it again. That's like my biggest flaw. But I made a veg burger. I know I use eggplant. I use the eggplant added the chew. It added because listen, I'm telling you, like when you, I baked the eggplant. I baked the eggplant first. I made it in pots, and then so I just started to cook a little bit, and then I boiled some beans. I forgot the beans I boiled, and I lentils for a little color. The orange lentils with some color in it, and some chickpeas, and I get some mushrooms in there. But I blended up the eggplant and the mushrooms, kind of like chopped it up fine, and I blended it up just to get the texture and the bite. And listen, I made meatballs out of that joint, and I put it in. Why you like?
Man, because man, people be trying to make meat out of vegetables.
Yes, man.
Every time I make the flesh out of vegetables, and it just don't work, man. It can be good. It can be good, man, but it's just not. It's just not easy, man.
So, all right. You tried the Impossible Burger.
Man, that Impossible Burger tastes like that Impossible Burger tastes just like peanut butter.
Okay, for real? That's what it tastes like to you?
That shit tastes like peanut butter.
It may be good with the Impossible Burger. The Beyond stuff makes me look decent with that.
No, you might as well stick to field roast.
I mean, but I don't mess with it. I don't really mess with it that much. I might if it's like if I need it or like I need something or whatever, that's like the last resort I go to.
Nah, man, field roast. You do if you want to deal with something that's not meat but vegetable, field roast. Field roast is the way to go on the store. If you want better product that's like meat, that's vegetables, no soy and all that type of stuff, it won't look like meat, but it'll give you its grains and stuff like that mixed up, but you can see what it is. It's grains. You can actually see it because it's whole. And that stuff, is, it's made like a patty and it actually cooks good and it tastes good. It has a lot of flavor. I gotta find a brand, but they're real expensive. But I was in Pack just to see because they make some of it out of beets, and that's a real good veggie patty. And it's not soft, it's not mushy, it don't taste like beans. It's just a flavorful patty. It don't taste like meat, but it tastes good. I don't know if y'all have like a True Food Kitchen up there, wherever you at, but True Food Kitchen has a nice veggie burger, and I think they use the company I'm talking about. So if y'all got a True Food Kitchen, they actually make good food. But I'm more of like if I want like food, I'd rather just do the vegetables how it is. Like, man, that's too much trying to grind the vegetables and make meat shit.
It's not. It's for me. What it is I like trying to get people on, like, like enjoying it, because that's what everybody's like. Oh, I can't give up the bacon. That man, I seen this. She has gout, and then I was like, stop eating the bacon and stuff. And she was like, I can't give up the bacon. I'm like, oh
Yeah, a lot of people say that too.
that's what I'm trying to say. So that's what it is with me. It's like I'm trying to make it good so people can give up the bacon. I'm trying to make that freaking. It's a lot of. I'm soaking that lion's mane for 2 days, man.
Man, give up the bacon, bro. People not giving up the bacon, man.
From that your first experience.
Yeah, I had to go cold turkey to get on. Nobody not giving up bacon, but people will fight you before they give up bacon, man.
Bro, that's a great skit. I see.
Like, one thing I noticed, if you're trying to make a sausage, you can actually use Seamoss to make like a coating part, like how they use like the intestines for the sausage. I don't know if people know that's what that is, but you know how you use that membrane, whatever it is, when they make sausage, you can use the Seamoss to coat your vegetable sausage. You let it dry, and when you like cook it and stuff like that, it's gonna be like a skin over the side if you do it right. I actually saw it done. I can, if I can find a dude, I'm subscribed to him on Facebook. He makes a lot of mock meats and stuff like that. But that'd be a good guy for you to follow because he can give you different ideas.
Mock chicken, y'all.
Yeah, people saying, yeah, we got they be saying they got mushroom deep fried chicken. I'm like, you ain't got mushroom deep fried chicken. You have deep fried mushroom.
But nah, I can't lie to you. You try seitan, right? You try that joint, even though it's straight gluten. You try that joint.
All of it's gluten, but yeah, I tried seitan. It's real dry.
Oh, listen, no. Okay, it's this place in Orlando. Freaking A, man. I tried them like 3 times. Listen, I promise you on everything. I gave this. She just had a freaking chicken sandwich the other day. I was like, just try it out, man. Tried it, and she was like, how did I do this? Listen, it tastes just like chicken. She just had chicken.
No, man, it don't taste like chicken, man.
It's the flavor.
It tastes like mushroom with the same spices as chicken, but it don't taste like chicken. No, wait, understand what I'm saying? Because I cook, bro. I used to be a chef. It don't taste like chicken. What you're doing is you taking the spices, you flavor like spice, but
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because bro, come on. If you get a chicken sandwich, just a piece of chicken and just coat it, even how you just said, with no salt, pepper, or whatever, you bite into that, it's just gonna you're gonna feel the juices flowing and stuff like that, but it's gonna taste nasty. Get the chicken.
No, it's gonna taste like chicken.
Okay, yes, it's going to taste like chicken. Yes, it's going to taste just like okay.
That's what I'm saying. If I get a mushroom and I grill it, and I get a chicken and grill it with no seasoning, no nothing, guess what's gonna taste like chicken? The chicken. The mushroom is gonna taste like a mushroom.
But it is a mushroom. There is a mushroom. It's a red one that tastes like freaking shellfish. I forgot the name of it. It does.
It's a lobster mushroom. It's a lobster mushroom. I don't know the scientific name of it, but you have lobster mushroom. You have chicken of the forest. You have you also have different species of oyster mushrooms, and you have king oyster mushroom, which is the big ass one that I would say what it looked like, but it is just a big mushroom and it's real chewy. It's just like rubber. You gotta know how to cook it.
That's like that one.
But yeah, bro, like the one they call chicken of the forest, that's your best bet. If you want texture like a chicken, that one, and blind man. If you want texture like similar to chicken but not chicken.
What if that bacon? What? If I nail that bacon, I'm gonna take a picture just for
Man, you have companies that make bacon out of they use mushroom. They also use coconut, and they use eggplant. So like I taste, man. Look, I eat a lot, bro. I taste a lot of food. I'm picky. I taste a lot of food, bro. Some stuff tastes good, but it's just not what it's supposed to be marketed.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, we up here talking about food, man. It's the Seamoss Club. We talking about Seamoss, man.
No, we can talk about whatever. You know what I mean? But just going back to what you were saying earlier about the mushroom and chicken. So would it safe to say that it's chicken flavored mushroom?
Nope. It's seasoned flavored mushroom.
It's chicken seasoned flavored mushroom.
Nope. It's seasoned flavored mushroom because it ain't no such thing as chicken flavored seasoning unless you take the chicken, grind it up, dry it, and use that for the flavor.
No, because it would be the flavor of what the chicken tastes when you add the seasoning. Because if you added that if you added that seasoning to beef, the beef wouldn't taste the same as chicken.
It would taste like beef with the same exact seasoning as the chicken.
Exactly. So it's beef.
So it's not chicken flavored.
Artificially flavored mushroom chicken. Artificially chicken flavored mushroom.
No. You get it twisted. Italian seasoning is Italian seasoning on chicken, beef, or anything that you put it on. Because you can taste that season. That's a real robust flavor. On beef, chicken, whatever, you gonna know that's Italian seasoning. But that's the same with any seasoning. If you're looking for the flavor of the seasoning, you can get it. But if you're trying to mimic the flavor of a meat, you cannot get it. It's impossible.
No, but you can. But listen, you can get the flavor of a meat that's been seasoned with it, because the purpose of the seasoning is to bring out the flavors of the meat.
No, the purpose of the seasoning is to bring out the flavor of that seasoning. You don't bring out the flavor of a meat. You're gonna taste meat without the seasoning. The seasoning and herbs is the thing that's the flavor. People tend to forget that. The thing that you tasting with the meat is the fat and the seasoning.
But it's still a taste, though. It's still a taste.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The meat tastes like pie it's supposed to taste, regardless of what you put on. But what you put on it is the thing that changes the flavor, because now you're tasting the different spices. If I put soy sauce on beef and grill it, I'm gonna taste the beef and the soy sauce. If I put brown sugar and barbecue sauce on a beef, I'm gonna taste the brown sugar and barbecue sauce with the beef flavor.
Okay, so there is flavor in the beef.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. It is flavor, but it's beef flavor.
Okay. So that's the flavor that we're getting.
No, but you can't mimic a beef flavor. You can't mimic it. You can only mimic the spices and herbs that you put on there, but you can't mimic the beef. In fact, it's impossible. Trust me, I've been cooking for a long time.
Okay.
I tried everything.
No, look. Okay, just like a coconut, you can make an artificial coconut flavor. Yeah, they can do it.
No, you can make stuff that's close to it, but you will never get the flavor. The closest you're gonna, okay, let me tell you what's an artificial flavor that it is not even of nature at all. Banana candy does not taste like banana. I have no idea what it is. Cherries, cherry juice, cherry candy. Cherry does not taste like that at all. Cherries taste like plums. Grape juice, grapefruit. Like the grape juice, the grape candy tastes nothing like purple grapes at all. Nothing. When they try to make stuff artificial, it may taste good, but it does not taste what it's mimicking. Artificial chicken flavor does not taste like chicken.
Listen.
If you taste real chicken and then taste that, you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm tripping. This shit tastes good, but it does not taste like chicken.
You're the kind of guy that if you had kids, you'd probably tell them that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Why are you trying to ruin everything?
Yeah, be like, man, what y'all talking about? My black kids coming down that chimney.
Like, why do you want to ruin everything? Let us just think the chicken has flavor.
No, it does have flavor.
I'm fucking
It does have flavor. But what I'm trying to say is, what you do with the herbs and spices is the flavor. That's why, no matter what you put Italian season on, it's gonna taste like Italian. See, however, okay, I swear, I started going. But the closest you can get to a beef flavor is umami, and that's through mushroom and natural MSG. But other than that, it's hard. You can't really mimic it. You can make good flavors. Trust me, I done tried, man.
Right.
I done tried.
I believe you. I believe you.
See, the thing about it is when it comes to flavors, it's our tongue. And you know that one berry? It's a red berry.
Yeah, you talking about the miracle berry.
Okay, the miracle berry, exactly. Okay. If they have a miracle berry where you could isolate, take away and make something sweet and stuff like that. But I'm trying to tell you, maybe someone just didn't come up with the right chemicals, but that's what it is. That's all I see.
No.
And fats. And fats seed.
Bro, you can take something and you can take whatever you're trying to do and try to make bacon with it. You're not mimicking the pork flavor. What you're doing is mimicking the apple smoke flavor, which you can smoke anything with apple or with whatever type of wood you're using. And you can use brown sugar. You can mimic those flavors. But what I'm trying to say is you can't mimic the fat and the actual authentic like pork flavor. You can get every other flavor because it's just herbs and spices. It's a plant. So you can get those flavors. But you can't never get a pork flavor or any of them. You need to be a judge on it.
Yes, chef.
But guess what? They would hate me.
No, they would love you.
No, they gonna hate me because I'm gonna tell them the truth. Why y'all call it deep fried mushroom with fried chicken? It's deep fried mushroom. And guess what? That was the kind of cook I was too. When a guest asks me what this is, I tell them straight up, I'm not lying. I'm like, that's a cream sauce. They want to go, it's a bleu blanc. That's this, that's Switzerland. That's this. It's, oh my God, it's mixed with this. I was like, nah, all it is cream and white wine.
Yeah, it's stirred together.
I was like, because my people get bamboozled when they go to restaurants because they hear these fancy names and they don't know. I'd be like, nah, that ain't nothing but the same stuff your mama make at home.
Yeah.
But, bro, I didn't learn so many different styles of cooking. It's a shame, but you just can't mimic certain stuff, bro. It's just impossible.
Challenge accepted. Like pretty.
Well, okay. See, but you don't eat meat. So I would be like, okay, go make your fake bacon. Taste, you be like, oh man, this is good. This is wonderful. Oh, I done got it. And then when you go to that real piece of bacon and taste it, you all faint. You all faint. You gonna be like, God damn.
Crazy.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, man.
Just keep it real.
Bro, I didn't cook so much stuff, bro, and I was like, man, I tell you, man. I mean, food is good regardless of what it is. People like to try, meat tastes nasty. Nah, brother, you never had no barbecue ribs.
Yeah.
You saying it tastes nasty. Like, meat is tastes nasty. Like, yeah, you can say it's not good for you, but ain't nobody said that it tastes good. This shit is wonderful.
I love me some barbecue.
But I mean, let me tell you, really one meat you can mimic, and I don't really think it's the meat flavor. I think it's because of where this animal lives.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fish, because fish tastes like everything in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Fish tastes like seaweed, so I don't know if fish tastes like seaweed or seaweed tastes like
fish,
or all of it tastes like the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only meat that you can mimic the ocean. You have so many different seaweeds where you can mimic a fish flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, man, I mean, you can't get beef flavor from grass.
True. It's built over time. Yeah.
Dang, but I didn't try it, but I didn't try it for 15 years.
What, to make like a vegan beef flavored vegan dish?
Yeah, but I was to the extreme with it. Like I to the extreme with a lot of when it comes down to cooking. One of my partners used to call me the mad scientist in the kitchen.
Mm.
But man, I can cook. Like I can cook. A lot of people didn't like me in the kitchen, but older people didn't like me. You know, like this young man coming in here.
Whippersnapper.
Yeah, they didn't like me. I noticed a lot of older women, boy, they hated me.
The older women hated you, really?
Hell yeah, they were like this dude just better than me. They didn't like that. But see, a lot of older people taught me how to cook. Like one of the chefs taught me how to cook. He was an older guy. He showed me like
it goes around, comes around.
He showed me everything in spec. This how you do this. This how you, and I always was the type of person that wanted to learn how to cook. So I took information from everybody. And I always watched, like, I mean, me and my sister, we used to watch cooking channels since we were young, like cooking on TV, like that's all we used to do. But I tell you, 15 years, I'm burnt out. I hate that shit. I don't even want to cook at home. Nothing. I just want plain, man. Like, you hungry? Yep. Give me some Brussels sprouts. Don't even cook them.
Just eat them raw.
Yeah, that's how tired I am of cooking. I don't be wanting to cook nothing.
I used to go to this restaurant to eat steaks, and they used to make these deep fried Brussels sprouts, and they would we were trying to recreate them for like fucking ever, and then finally we asked the guy how they made them, and he said they just saute it in Frank's Red Hot. That's it. And you gotta like
saute it in what?
Frank's Red Hot, but it's like this thing. The flavor of these Brussels sprouts were like amazing. Like we would order extras all the time because it was so good.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts are damn good.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not on the Dr. Sebi approved food list, right? So
yeah, because only the food that he has on his list, the only original food in the whole world. for centuries and centuries, the whole world, you only had like 50 real fruits and vegetables and shit.
Yeah.
So we ain't gonna talk about all that. I don't think people get it. He made a list about things he liked, and he also made a list about things that wasn't mass produced. But all of those things on that list is mass produced now. So either way it goes, I mean, I wouldn't follow that list at all. That's just me. I think it's, even his kids don't follow that list, but I don't know. People still think something wrong with lemons, like it ain't natural lemons out here in the world. I still don't understand that. I'm like, bro, that's just his preference.
Yeah.
But I'm like, you have natural lemons, no line, but if you want to, you go into the science of the thing, lemons have more vitamin C in it because lemons have more acid in it, has more citric acid, which is vitamin C.
Yeah. And what turns things alkaline, right?
Yes. And no, but yes. It's more to it. More to it, because what you think is acid, what you think is alkaline, this and that, and people will really find out what coconut juice is, and then they'll be like, oh, Dr. said this, oh my God, he lied to us. But, if you really dig deep into it, people will be pissed off. Because a lot of things on that list that's not even alkaline at all. So, it's a lot. Like tomatoes.
Well, I remember someone gave me a list of the one that had like 92 minerals. And I Googled like the first 3 ones, and they were like all poisonous and like harmful to humans. And I'm like, you can take your list and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need some of that stuff.
Yeah, some of those things on there, one drop will kill you. A pin drop. Yeah. That's like mercury. So you have mercury and Seamoss.
Really?
And that's, oh my goodness.
What?
Nah, oh my goodness, man.
What?
You can have mercury and Seamoss if your water is contaminated.
Yeah.
If you get it from nature, wildcrafted or wild harvest, if you get it from the rock where it's polluted, yeah, you can get mercury in it. You can get every single one of those minerals that's on that list. And when you bite into it, you can have a headache, stomachache, and you might die. Because you can also get the things that's on that list, the things that's radioactive. You can also get that Seamoss if you get it from a certain place. If you go to Hiroshima, yeah, you can get some big, beautiful, the best Seamoss you'll ever see in life. When you eat, you're going to die. The Seamoss thrive on radiation as well. It thrives being on radiation. It loves it. See, that one thing about Seamoss, that seaweed loves radiation. People have to think about that. A lot of plants on this planet, plants period, thrive in radiation. A lot of them thrive in radiation, especially Seamoss and seaweeds. They thrive when it comes down to like things we consider contaminants, because that's what they need. Well, not what they need. They filter the water. That's what they're supposed to do. So in certain places, if the water's contaminated, if it's bad, they're going to thrive in that environment because they're supposed to clean the water. Thus, they get the mineral from the water, not from the rock.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Hopefully one day they'll get it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a real authentic wild crafted Seamoss with the rock on it.
Look, it's got the rock attached. That means it's real.
But look, nobody says that about mushrooms. And mushrooms is never grown outside now. Like the mushroom you get from the store is grown indoors. People, it's grown indoors. It's never grown outside. It's grown indoors in manure, depending on what type of mushroom you have, and it's grown with wood shavings too.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, they want to talk about it all natural and from the rock, but they eat mushrooms and it ain't from the ground at all.
Yeah. It's all commercialized.
Only if people knew. Only if people knew. Yeah, mushrooms is not grown, not even outside in the farm. It's grown indoors in a lab. You can call it a lab because how they keep it clean. They make sure everything's sanitized.
Yeah.
Yeah, real nice. So all them alkaline folks out here about natural from the earth.
Where's my drink?
The mushrooms is not.
Yeah. They're grown in like from boxes of sterilized substrate.
Yeah. Yep, you can even grow it in a crate. Pack a crate with some wood chunks and chunks in the hay. You can actually grow mushrooms and stuff outside. You really don't need to sterilize the stuff if it's outside because mushrooms grow outside where nothing is sterilized. But you can actually grow it, in your yard. You can create that environment in your yard. You can grow it in a bucket outside. You can grow mushrooms anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm real fascinated about mushrooms, but they also look dangerous to grow indoors as well.
Why?
If you don't know what you're doing, because the spores can mess you up big time. Like that's what I want to deal with mushrooms, but I'm not. I want to deal with a lot of stuff. I'm just unsure right now.
It's a good business dealing with the mushrooms, like growing them. Yeah. It's an excellent business.
Yeah, your guy seemed like your boy, the black guy with the bush. That's on YouTube, the light skinned guy.
I think so, and he's got the channel. It's not my guy, is he?
Yeah, he's a big. I'm not sure, but I know he's a black guy with a bush. I think you told me about him before too, so he got to be the same guy. He really goes deep into like growing everything. He has a big facility.
Oh yeah, okay, that guy. And he cultivates the mushrooms. I know he's talking about.
Yeah, his setup, everything is nice. His setup, like everything he grows is super nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know who you're talking about with the curly hair.
Yeah.
He's a great setup.
He started standing more. Yeah, he's real cool.
Nice. Well, it's getting late, guys. I should kind of pack it up. I meant to stop at 1 o'clock. So much for that. But I am.
Yeah, I got to wake up at 6 o'clock.
And I'm starting to get the nod. You know what I mean? I'm listening to you guys, and then I'm like leaning over. These guys are watching me on the video. They're probably like, "What the? Julian's dying."
Man, he's not off, yo. You on that stuff.
Yeah, it's that fentanyl, man. So
that's seaweed that's not grown from the rock.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't take seaweed from the rock. Actually, I haven't taken Seamoss in a couple of days. I need to get back up on it. Well,
Yeah, I had Seamoss in the turn. I haven't taken it yet. I haven't taken it at all.
mhm. Well, I think I'm going to read a little bit more about this crypto stuff because this wallet thing seems interesting to me. If I can start putting money on these bitcoins and like have my buddy use it.
Oh, so that's what the phone may be. That little phone.
Mm-hmm. The phone that you can buy. Yeah, it's a crypto finance phone.
I wonder if you could put it on there and take it off of their platform.
So I think with that phone, you'd be able to transfer the money into the account and then use it to make purchases like you would, like
Oh,
like at a point of sale. You tap tap stuff. You'd be able to tap it.
oh, because I thought that would have it where you can have offline, your stuff offline.
Yeah. And then you would tap it, so the stuff would be in your account embedded on the phone, and then when you tap the device, right? Tap say the scanner or whatever, it would send the coins over through the tap, and it wouldn't have to be connected to the internet because the key and everything would be on the device.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I get what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I definitely have knowledge about that XRP and that Tron because I need to buy some of those.
All right, sounds good. I'm down for it. No problem. Mm-hmm.
All right, man. While to go to sleep and think about your boy with this coconut bacon.
The smoked coconut bacon. It's supposed to be really good.
Yeah, bro.
I've seen it on YouTube.
I'll be waiting, bro. I'll be waiting for you to come out with that, bro. I'm gonna buy some smoked coconut bacon.
Lion mane.
Yeah, lion mane.
We had some coconut fat in there. I got some different oil.
Lion mane, coconut fat, maple, smoked apple, box bacon, chicken.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Flavored, artificially flavored.
With the king of flavor, MSG.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, that's basically mushrooms. All right.
Yeah, umami. All right, people. I'm up here trolling shit.
I know. I can really. Oh, you guys should have seen me trolling that guy on the Seamoss Buyers Club. The Adriano. You saw that, eh?
Oh no, what happened, bro? You trolling somebody?
Oh yeah, bad. Like, because what it was, right? I think Ricky's busy right now, or else he'd jump in and say how it started is that Ricky posts some like thing about CMOS powder or something or other, and so this guy, obviously he's trying to like drum up sales. He comes in and he's all like, "Oh, I'd never buy CMOS powder off somebody who didn't. I prefer to make it myself because then I know what's going in and the scammers and then and that." So Rick's kind of being polite and cordial and going back and forth with him, right? And the guys just won't let it go. You know what I mean? This kind of thing. Like it's like trying to basically tell everybody, don't buy from people like Ricky. Make your own CMOS powder. It's better or whatever. Like stupid shit, right? So I can't remember how we started getting on it, but I just like he just started going on like he's this like fucking oh, I sell so much CMOS. Oh, I do this. Oh, I do that. And we were just like, kind of like, whatever, bro. But in the end, I started teasing him because he starts going on with Ricky and about show me a picture of you and your woman or something stupid like that, right? And then because he wants Ricky to prove that that Ricky's got a woman, and he's like, I'm beside my woman, right? And so I throw up this picture of a hand, and I'm like, yeah, Pamela doesn't count as a fucking woman. And so, like, the whole... What?
What the heck?
it was one of those things where he was trolling Ricky, and he started getting on it like, "Oh, do you have a woman? Yeah, you probably wish you could have a woman." Blah blah blah. Show me a picture of your lady. I want to see it. And he was doing something about burgers, saying, "Oh, I want Miss McBride. I want to eat her burger and have the juices flowing down my face." This stupid troll shit. But it's like, what? Yeah, but some of the stuff that I did, actually, you know what? I'm looking to pull it back, but I just realized that the post went on for so long. Like it was like 2 days of us going back and forth and everything, to the point where the I think Facebook took the post down because I went to comment on it and it wasn't there. It was like the comment was gone, and I think it had to do with them removing it for breaking community guidelines or something stupid.
That's crazy though. Like, why would you even say I wouldn't buy no powder from, like, can you make it the powder though? So
It was like he was just trying to um he was just trying to like get attention, you know?
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, he was just a douchebag. And
Yeah, man.
I had fun.
I had to get off Facebook because the alkaline community was a thing that those, boy, you talk about back and forth.
Oh yeah. I know. Those communities are crazy. These doctors see. But I feel like it's just they don't have anything much in life.
And it's like, Moringa is bad because he said it was bad. People don't even know why he said Moringa was bad. Because the guy that he didn't like was selling Moringa, so guess what he did? He went against it.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted people to buy from him. He didn't want people to buy from other guys.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And that's the crazy thing. Like, I understand, like, everybody loved the guy and stuff like that, but nobody even talked about his wife. Like the woman who actually came up with most stuff, the woman that actually formulated all of the stuff that he talks about, is his wife, Ma. So a lot of people don't even give her props or even talk about it at all. They don't even talk about Mama Bill. Like, they don't talk about any of the women like they wasn't shit. So, it's crazy that, nobody even knows that the daughters and the moms still doing the same thing. They still make products. Two of the daughters, and I know for sure his first daughter and his first wife, they still make products. Fig Tree, they still make the same products.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. And his other daughter makes products as well. So I don't know about his son because I don't know. He's the young guy. I don't know. I don't know about him.
Who are you talking about, Dr. Sabi?
Yeah, Dr. Sabi's son. I'm not sure. I don't know. God, I don't know. I don't really. I deal with his first wife and his daughter. When it comes down to herbs, if I want certain type of herbs, the tonics they make, I deal with them. But his son, no, his son just seems like he's trying to sell stuff.
Listen, his son is a douchebag. I'd say it to his face. I hate. No, sorry, hate's a strong word. I incredibly dislike that guy Victor Bowman. I never told you the story about. I've told you the story about me and him.
Yeah, that guy he messes with everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I don't get it. That's why I'm like, okay, dude must just be trying to sell something.
That's it.
See, everybody he doing something he has to mess with, and I don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. He has to intentionally go out and tell people, "Oh, this Seamoss is fake. Oh, this Seamoss is bad. This Seamoss," and it's like, well, what are you talking about? Your Seamoss, you know what I mean? And he has no proof. Like this is the thing. To me, this is the litmus test to know whether or not you've taken time to study Seamoss or not. The moment you try to convince me that Seamoss gets minerals from a rock, I know for a fact you've not spent the time to study Seamoss, because that's the first thing you learn when you study Seamoss.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like the moment you say, I'm like, you didn't even read you haven't even read a chapter of a book on Seamoss, because every book I've read says that. It says it's an algae. You know what I mean? Anyways, hey,
Yeah.
Mr. O, I seen you wanted to come up to the stage. I'm sure you have some questions stuff. I want to give you an opportunity. Otherwise, you might not get one because we seem to ramble on and on and on.
That's okay. I'm pretty comfortable just listening.
Okay.
I saw Seamoss on the hallway, and I came to make friends.
Oh, cool.
Because it's something that is passionate to me. I am in East Africa, the Kenyan coast.
Oh, cool.
And I'm looking to grow seaweed farming. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So, you're not growing seaweed now, right?
No. Right now, I'm just from my training. We did the week before last. There's a European Union training that's growing the green economy in my part of the world, East Africa, Kenya, and Tanzania.
Awesome.
So they took us through milkfish and prawns, and the next week they took us through seaweed.
Oh, wow.
And quite amazing. I was sold to the whole idea of seaweed.
Yeah. Was there any particular species that you were teaching on how to cultivate?
Yeah, there are only two major species that are grown here. That's Seamoss and cotton.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I think research has been done that it's the most conducive for this place. So just carry on what has been happening unless something else
No.
comes up.
Yeah, stay with those.
I also to make organic seaweed fertilizer. I've been making that for a while.
Oh, wow. What do you use for the organic fertilizer? Is it the same stuff, or do you
just grass, just grass,
seagrass? Oh, cool. I know. We have a guy in St. Lucia that's making the fertilizer out of sagassum.
Oh yeah, I heard that before. A guy does that in Florida too. I buy a lot of herbs from. He uses that for his plants and stuff.
Yeah, it's called like Allagass.
Yeah.
That's the product that we have here. So you're relatively new in Seamoss, then that must be exciting for you to get started and
exciting. Very, very exciting. Can't believe it. And yes, sagassum is the seed that is abundant.
Mm-hmm.
Beaches are complaining that it's spoiling beaches and all that.
Oh, it's horrible for beaches. It smells so bad, and you know what I mean? Oh my god, it's so hard to get rid of. But let me know if you have any questions about Seamoss farming or like building the farms and stuff like that. I have actually some experience with that. I've been doing it with my partner. He's actually in the process right now of building some bigger farms and stuff. And so we use like a stick and rope method. And so our sticks are, I think they're pushed either 25 or 50 feet long. And then we have them about a foot and a half apart from each other.
Well, if you're not serious about that, be careful what you ask for. And if you really need to partner with people in Africa, where are you from?
Well, I live in Toronto, Canada, but my business is based in St. Lucia.
Would Africa that be of interest to you?
Yeah.
Conversation. You're trying to set up an initiative. You're getting partners together. So someone with experience, both farming and the market would be more than please.
Well,
I'll reach out to you.
yeah, I'm open to sharing my experience, sharing my knowledge, showing you guys kind of like what buyers are expecting. I do it all the time for other countries and stuff too, right? They'll have a group of farmers will give me a call and we'll just sit there and they'll ask me questions about like how is Western Union good, or if not, what should we do for payments, this and that, right? There is also a group that I run called the Seamoss Buyers Club on Facebook. And this is a free open club that anybody can join. And you're welcome to promote your Seamoss business and look for buyers. It's a very active club, and you will find buyers, guaranteed. There's like over 8,000. I think right now there's 8,600 members.
What did you call it?
The Seamoss Buyers Club.
Awesome. I'm on it.
Yeah. And so the only rules in that group is to I ask don't spam, so don't like repeatedly post messages of the same thing, and then don't put bad CMOS. But I already know enough about CMOS to know that the CMOS coming out of Tanzania is very top quality. It's very good CMOS. That's where you're coming out of, right? Tanzania?
I'm in neighboring Kenya.
Okay.
Tanzania, I think they've done this for quite a while. And I'm actually in your club. I'm Mr. Oscar.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've been in the club for a while, and yeah, amazing things happening there.
Yeah.
I'm really glad I came into this room and for the connection.
Yeah, well, these things don't happen by accident because, bro, we weren't even supposed to be in this room. We've been talking about leaving for the last 40 minutes. And we have like that's typical of these live streams that I do. We say, oh, it's over. Oh, we're all bye. And then we start talking about something else. And so, but we do it every Sunday and Wednesday. So anytime you're not doing anything, come join us. And, let's talk about CMOS, like all things CMOS. There's no topic. And even shit, we talk about shit that's not even related to CMOS,
You know, it'd be cool
what?
if you can, like, you know, the books, like all the Seamoss books, seaweed books, the books that show you how to farm it and how to cultivate it and stuff like that. It'd be cool if you can have it where they can download that stuff for free in your club.
You know what? Let me see if there is a way for me to upload resources. Because you're right.
Yeah, because if a link where they can just go download it, if you need the books and the PDF files, I have a lot of them already downloaded.
Mm-hmm.
And it can be everything about seaweed farming, cooking recipes, how to cultivate, like everything. Lab studies, like I have a lot of information on there, like even the lab results from it. I have it.
Mm-hmm. All right, that sounds cool. I'd like to see some of the lab results. Actually, what I'm getting.
But the lab results I have is for Congress Christmas.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm getting soon, I'm excited about is so I have a client in the Philippines, and they just went and got their FDA approval and all their like paperwork and everything. And so they're like the only official FDA registered production facility in the Philippines or whatever for CMOS.
Okay.
And he had to get the CMOS tested before he could get this, I guess, certification and everything. And so he's like, bro, I'll give, because we're like buddies now. Like we've been talking for the last year and a half, almost 2 years, selling CMOS. You know what I mean? And so we've developed that relationship. So he's like, bro, I'll give you all the tests. I was like, fuck, we're done with them. We don't need them. You know what I mean? They don't care who has them. And so I'm like, all right. So I'm gonna get like pretty, from what he explained, was pretty extensive test on the Seamoss, the safety of the Seamoss, the mineral content, and the levels of minerals.
Okay.
So when I get that, I'll let you guys know if I get it.
All I do is collect information. I have a lot of stuff on my external hard drive, files, books, video, a lot of stuff. It has a lot of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking it up right now to see if there's a way to add it as like you said, like resource stuff. There's a guide. One says wild versus Irish. I'm supposed to do a guide on that. I don't know. I'll do some research on it, and I'll see how it's done.
Yeah, it's like that. I was thinking about. I was just thinking about that because if they're really into it, then they'll take that information and read and learn like about the sea moss and everything about it, how it grows, what it where it's the management and everything. So.
And that's a good point, because if I'm sitting there telling all these people, "Oh, this is the information, this is it," like I should be at least giving them access to it or posting, like, "Okay, you remember I said this and this? This is where I got it from." But I don't know if there's a way to actually do tabs or put the thing.
I'm going better yet. What I probably can do, I probably can make the links to all the books where they can go directly to the 2 websites I gave you. I probably can make links to those particular books and information, or I probably can like make a zip drive, a zip file with all the stuff in it, compress it. And they probably can go to like Fire Share, I think, or like probably can make the link to like Dropbox or something. They can just go down.
Yeah.
But if you have Dropbox, then you probably can do that as well. Like make a link.
That's what I'm thinking, is drop all of them to a Dropbox and then share the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just like interesting. I'm in the group right now, and I'm going through. There's a way, because I'm looking for how do I add the how do you say it? How do I add the PDFs and stuff like that? And I'm seeing all these different pictures of stuff that people have posted and stuff. So I get to see all the Seamoss and stuff. There's actually one thing that's coming to my thing, and I'm curious to see if there's a lot of interest. Who's interested in coconut oil? Like, what if I could bring in like homemade coconut oil?
That'd be. How do you add a link to the top of the clubhouse chat room? Because you can add links to the top of the page, right?
Yeah. So in these clubhouse thing, there is where is it? It's I think it's in the 3 dot sign, I think, and then you pull.
I think you the only one can do because you're the only moderator in the room.
Yeah.
But I was about to say, put that link, put the link at the top. That's in your messages.
Yeah.
Read the book, the last message I sent you.
Yeah.
I was about to say, put that up there because that'll be like a place to start if they're looking for information.
All right, I will do that. Chung, chung, chung. And it's crazy all the features that they have now on TikTok on this thing.
No, not that one.
Oh,
Not that one. That's the wrong one.
well, that's the last link that you have.
Oh no,
Oh,
hold on, let me.
now you just put the one. I got it now.
Oh yeah, I was talking about in your back channel, in your messages.
Yeah, the room chat, but I got it now. I got it. I got it. Get the pin link.
But that's a good website there too. That's for that natural herb.
Edible, available, and sustainable. Yeah.
Good. That's see if you can put a link like that in your club on Facebook, that'd be real nice.
Mm-hmm. If not, I'll put them all up on the Dropbox and then add a link to it.
Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can do that with the father, because I have a lot of stuff that's not that you can't find on that website and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh. So I'm looking at, like, I'm scrolling through Facebook, right? And so there's one of my, because I got a lot of realtors on my network. And so they're showing me the most expensive townhouse sold in Mississauga this year. Now, townhouses are like the cheapest housing option that you can get. They're one above a condo, right? And this house sold for 1.690. 200,000 or $190,000 over the asking price. It's like they got 13% extra more than what they asked for. Crazy. The market is insane. Ugh.
I don't know how to use this WhatsApp stuff. Man, this is crazy.
What are you doing on WhatsApp? What?
I don't know. I was just trying to see WhatsApp. The ball put his contacts up. I was trying to see if I can put him on WhatsApp, because I got everybody on WhatsApp. But I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use WhatsApp.
That's crazy. You just dial it.
No, oh, you say you just dial.
WhatsApp, right?
Yeah, but they don't have no dial feature on WhatsApp.
Well, who are you calling?
No, I'm trying to put Mr. O in my WhatsApp.
Because you can call people on WhatsApp.
I know, but I don't know how. All I see is chat and status, and that's it. Chat status. And
if you just add the number as part of your contacts, that you have to do that first. And once you do that,
go to the number. Okay.
Yeah, and then add. And if you want, I think I put in the chat, I put my contact there. After the training, we have a few Kenyan farmers, and our Seamoss goes to Tanzania. They're the main buyer, so they have the supply chain, so it boosts their production. Yeah, and it would be pretty nice if we, you got our own setup. So I bought 50 kilograms of Cotonean spinosa, and I thought it would be nice to have samples out there for people who would be interested. And maybe work in reverse once you have buyers that can motivate the farmers, the communities to get started. I'd be happy to share the pictures of what is happening here, quite a number of pictures.
Okay. You know what we should do, since you're also a member of the Buyers Club, we should do. See, the universe works in such amazing ways. God is good. like we were just talking earlier today where I was like, I want to bring more people on to discuss their business and what they're doing and sort of highlight and profile them. So let's work together offline to create sort of like a presentation where you can talk to people about the CMOS in Kenya. What are the conditions like, this and that, and it might spur off some interest. You know what I mean? Because not everybody wants to get CMOS from the same place. There are people I know out there that are just looking to try new places just to see what it's like. You know what I mean? And if you can capture a little bit of that market, that's enough to even get you started. You know what I mean? To get you some experience doing it. And then, with a little bit of experience, that you use as leverage to grow into the bigger markets. You know what I mean? That's how I believe these things get started. You don't just jump into it and it's running. You know what I mean? You have to slowly kind of put it together piece by piece.
I wish I had the money. I'd pay your plane ticket, first class to come over here. I'm really loving what you're saying.
I'd love to.
Thank you so.
No problem. I'd love to like come over, but I'd also love to stay in contact with you and just not so much coach you, but just kind of like support you. Support you in the way that sometimes you need someone else who is like-minded, like, you know what I mean, that just knows a little bit more than what you know. Like, I'm not saying I know tons, but I probably do know a little bit more. And me talking to you and you saying, well, this is a problem, and I'm like, don't worry, that's not a problem. That means a lot to a lot of people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's to me, like, if I had someone that kind of would say to me, yes, Julian, that idea is good, go for it. I could go for most of the people that I have these ideas for, it's kind of like, yeah, I share with them, but I know that they don't fully understand. You know what I mean? They don't have that experience to give me real, true advice or just their opinion that will make me confident. And to have someone else who's doing it or has done it and, talk to it, to me, it's a blessing. It would be my pleasure.
I hear you. The beauty about the information age, you don't have to start from scratch. With the information, you can just get on board and pick from that. An example, people like using is that back in the day, there used to be this dial-up telephone line with the wires and all that. And you had to start from there and maybe get into the mobile technology that people are experiencing nowadays. But in rural Africa, there are no wires. The wires are not there, and people have jumped, that directly to mobile telephone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty amazing what is happening with the information age, and this app. I mean, wow, this app should have been invented a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. No, and it's amazing to see how, like, you guys. I watched a documentary about that where they talked about how countries in Africa and these other sort of developing nations, where they are almost leapfrogging these other countries like North America, United States, and everything, and they're accelerating faster because they haven't had to go through, like, they're jumping from no phones to wireless phones, and smartphones and having all that data, and yeah, it's like it's really leveling the playing field for everybody.
If you see the guy from Africa, he made the TV that's wireless. It doesn't need to be connected to any power source. The source is getting power from like radio wave that's like everywhere in the air, like something that's pulsing that's getting energy from that.
Oh, wow.
This guy made TVs like that. He was making a car like that. And this guy recently came to the US. He's got toys.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's like,
seriously,
yeah,
it's a guy.
Like, these guys don't play it.
As soon as he came to the US, because whatever it was, and people can say, "Oh no, it's just a coincidence." Whatever it was, they don't want this guy to come out with it. But this guy, like, a lot of people don't like to talk about the people in Africa. Because you have a lot of people over there that made a lot of new technology and nobody talking about the shit. But see, I'm big on technology and I watch a lot of the different stuff that's coming up out of Africa. This shit never make it to the day of life. Like, it never makes it. And it shit be solid ideas, solid inventions. But this is like the last thing I saw. Like, okay, this guy came here and then got points. I'm like, that's bullshit. I'm gonna send you the video and hopefully I can get some more information on this guy so I can show you. But a lot of like a lot of people that a lot of scientists, like those are some smart, super smart people. They think totally different from us over there. Because I guess they, what was that?
No, sorry. I wanted to say that, they say that necessity is the mother of invention, and hard times have been known to, have people come up with all sorts of things to make life easier. And where, more than any place, Africa has pretty hard times. Like, an example is M-Pesa. I don't know if you've all heard of M-Pesa. I think it's the first of its kind in the world where your phone is your bank. And the same was replicated by the Chinese. All your mobile payment, all your payments, all your banking, everything is on your phone. And with vendors, M-Pesa is affiliated to a telecom company, and they have all these street vendors everywhere. There are so many.
That's interesting that you brought that up because that's something I was talking about earlier of how we wanted to bring to St. Lucia, where it's easy for these street vendors to accept a form of a digital payment.
Money in your phone. And say for international payments, all you get is there are these like Sendwave. There are a few websites. You just send the money and immediately it arrives on my telephone, and I go to the vendor and I get it. Banking, wow. Like, you won't believe. It's like crypto coming up there.
Well, you know what? I'd like to maybe we can do some kind of like exchange in information where you can kind of show me or teach me how it's being done in your country, and whatchamacallit, I can show you guys how to do the Seamoss or how we're doing the Seamoss or marketing it. And just so you know, I know every aspect of the Seamoss farming, like right down from setting up the farms to drying the Seamoss to making the ropes. I've done it all. Yeah. And then from shipping, exporting, and then creating that group, the Seamoss Buyers Club, which is crazy how quickly it's grown, when you think about it.
Yeah, it will be well appreciated, and hopefully get people coming here. You get to enjoy a safari. Maybe I was in a room the other day, and the room of Black Americans. I hope that's the correct term.
Yeah.
African Americans, and they are selling real estate at the Kenyan coast here. That was pretty amazing to see.
Mm-hmm.
I think an ex-cop who came here and he's been here for a few years, I think 5 or 6 or thereabouts, and he loved the place, got to know about it. He bought a chunk of land and he's now selling it to have other experts when people come over. It's pretty amazing to see an American sell property. Can just show you how small the world is becoming.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to even, if people have farms or want to set up farm, just talk to the community. Yeah. Once we help the community set up, we could get your own lot.
Yeah.
And life is pretty easy. We have tropical sunny climate in yellow or gold yellow for friendly.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's a scenario that we've been toying about. Well, I shouldn't say we. I have been. My partner and adopted it. But it was an idea of how to create something so that the other groups or family, like community, can be involved. And so, what you could do is go find an area. I don't know if you have to get permission from your government or what, but you set out and build the farm or the lot area, right? And you build it in such a way that it can be divided into simple, smaller lots. And then you find people in the community that are willing to manage those lots, and in exchange they sell the lot to you or whatever they make, and then in exchange you provide them a set rate on the cost of that product, you know what I mean, of whatever the amount produced. And so now you have not really so much workers, but actually partners who are invested in the production of the product, because they get a direct result of the amount of work that they pay in. So if they work the farms harder, they can, you know, turn over the Seamoss more, or they can handle more plots, so to speak, and that will allow them to grow. And so you become now sort of like a manager of the area, because in some ways it's too hard to get them all individually trying to build their own farms and stuff, and then get them organized and, you know, get them selling to you. But if you have the farm already organized and built, and you supply, say, the ropes and all the inputs and stuff, their partnership or their investment into the business is their time and energy, you know. And if they're getting a good enough pay, they're going to be happy with that, and not only happy, but they're going to want to work more and take on more farms and produce more stuff. This will leave you to be in the position where you're now sort of just the guy that gathers all the stuff that we up, and then goes and finds someone to sell it to. And in the country that you're in, because of the sort of like currency, the amount of space that you can have access to and stuff, you know, you might want to consider not only producing for the retail market, like us kind of people, but also for the industrial market, where you're sending this to people that are purchasing, you know, 5 or 10 tons of Seamoss at a time, and they're using it to extract for like um, liquor, or um, you know, to make your ice cream more thicker or whatever like that. And so I don't know. If I was in your shoes, that's sort of like the direction I would take on how to build up the industry, or get people attracted to selling or to producing the Seamoss for you.
I'm glad the replays are on, and if I could get a clip of what you just said, it would be amazing.
Yeah, I know and it's funny because a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, it's not to say that I don't know it, but a lot of it I'm drawing. We were talking about this earlier today about the infinite intelligence, and that's where I'm sort of like, the information is kind of being flowed to me. That's how I feel, and I'm just repeating what it, the I guess the emotion that's coming through me to describe it.
Great stuff. Thank
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. It was a pleasure meeting you. But you know what, guys? It is after 3, and I got so much work to do tomorrow. I need to get to
you.
bed.
Thinking that also has got me excited is that we are exporting a lot of the production that happens here. Same thing with Tanzania. I think it would be pretty amazing to get things done here, set up micro industries. I have a pal I met on Clubhouse, and it's all about micro, small home industries. And if that could work, to value add Seamoss into something tangible. Say, I was watching, you can do the wraps for this food, Mexican food, where they put the meat, that wrap is made of Seamoss. Like you said, the rice, maybe even the corns themselves could be made out of Seamoss as opposed to just sticking in the product. Or I think it could be. I think there are a few products that could out of the capsules, capsules.
That is a good.
So
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that would be a good use for Seamoss because now they use the vegan-based capsules. You know what I mean? They're usually vegetable-based or something like that. That can be, Seamoss could probably, you know, help in,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, making see what like, oh, excuse me, veggie caplets and stuff. You know?
They can also like use the sea moss powder and make gelatin and stuff. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do, especially when it comes down to food with sea moss.
Oh, it's crazy. I know a guy that's doing Seamoss ice cream and also like a Seamoss coffee. That has no caffeine in it, but it acts like caffeine.
Yeah, man, that's good.
But yeah, you know what, guys? I gotta go, or else I'm gonna stay up here till 5 in the morning.
Yeah. All
So
right, man. I gotta get some sleep too.
yeah, but Mr. O, reach out to me either on Clubhouse or on Facebook or whatever, and let's stay in touch. You know what I mean? I think I can shoot you. I'm new at this stuff, so
I did that the first time you spoke to me.
Yeah.
So I told them that it's a back channel you and it would be great to have your number. We have a conversation.
There we go. So there's my phone number. You can call me on WhatsApp whenever, and let's see if we can do something. You know what I mean? If I can't do it, I can definitely advise you and put you in the right direction. But I have been toying with this idea of creating like a business that basically acts as a fulfillment center for companies like you that want to sell CMOS. And so how it would work, like like in a simple way, would be that you would just forward all your CMOS to us. We take your CMOS, store it, package it into your retail branding packages if need be. But basically, just keep it there and have it on standby until you call and say, I want you to call this person and arrange the thing. And so not only would we arrange the shipping and the receiving, but we'd also deal with the purchasing, like collecting the payment and stuff. One of the hardest things that I've seen is that a lot of people, at least in St. Lucia, they don't have access to a lot of the modern banking systems, and so to be able to get money quickly to them, unless you're sending it by a wire or by Western Union, it's challenging, you know. And so if you guys are the same, you know, having this option would make it easier in some ways to have a sale because a lot of the buyers that I talk to, one of their sort of reluctancies to buy off certain people is because they don't know this person, and if something goes south, they're at a loss with their money. You know, I actually capture a lot of business just for the fact that I'm in North America and they can speak to someone in the same continent. You know, did you want to say something, Michelle?
No. I'm loving what you're saying. I'm saying I'm on board. Whatever works, that would be pretty amazing.
Okay.
It would
Yeah.
cut down so much hassle. What if I heard correctly, what you're talking about is like having a warehouse, with it. So all the production is probably channeled there, and then from there now things can get moved.
Yeah.
That would work also. Yeah, I'd love to visit Canada and see how it goes.
Yeah.
So it has been a dream. Yeah, Canada has so much to offer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thank
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it would be something like yeah, just you would send the CMOS, we'd handle it. Oh, this is what I want to say is that so being where you are in Kenya or in Africa, if you wanted to sell 1 pound or half a pound, it's kind of challenging because of the shipping and all the costs and the time and stuff. Most people wouldn't purchase it from you. But if the CMOS that you sell was already in the continent that they lived in, then the CMOS would travel to them quicker and it'd be less money and stuff like that. And then therefore they'd be more intense, more enticed to buy. And these smaller quantities, because of the way the price points are, you're actually making more per pound on these lower amounts. So something to consider. But you know what? I feel myself getting back into another conversation, and so I'm ending it now. I'm gonna go to sleep any day.
Check out the YouTube links I'm putting in the message.
Yeah.
In the chat. That's the guy with the technology from Africa I was talking about. He came up with a few things, but check him out.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. Copy. Sounds good. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining me and staying all night. I think Ricky fell asleep.
Yeah, Ricky fell asleep earlier.
Yeah, either that or he's whipping up something heavy and he can't touch the phone. So I'll say goodbye for him.
Rio fell asleep.
Rio, you up? Yeah, he's out. It's funny how it's like you're talking to your girlfriend, you know? You stay up all night. You don't want to tear yourself away from the phone because you might miss something good.
I gotta get up in a few.
Yeah, I love you guys. Yes, I love you guys. Mr. O, it was a pleasure meeting you. I'll speak to you soon. You can call me tomorrow in a couple hours if you want, or whenever. And yeah, and if I don't speak to any of you guys before,
I've sent pictures.
Pardon?
I've sent out pictures and videos via WhatsApp.
Okay, I'm gonna go check them out. I'll check them out as soon as I get off the phone. And oh yeah, oh wow, that's a huge farm area. That's crazy. It almost looks like the Seamoss is this like low tide or something? Because it looks like the Seamoss is sitting right on top of the surface of the water.
They have both the closer to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's low tide. Yeah, they have both, and Kotoni does much better deeper into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and the Garceleria. And the stuff up.
With high tide, unfortunately, you can't see anything because it covers
Mm-hmm. But what's crazy is like how low your tide gets. Because with us, even at low tide, we would never have it sort of this close to the shore where the Seamoss is actually out in the open exposed. Now, given the fact that that's how the Seamoss probably grows naturally anyways, this is good for you guys. I mean, it's cool. Like you said, it probably grows faster because of the access to the sunlight. 35 days it takes to mature?
45.
Oh, that's still pretty fast. I think St. Lucia is like 60 to 80 days. Wow, look at that green. But you know, your farms are so organized. That's one thing for sure. I see.
So that the Seamoss on the front, that's actually in the water when the tide rises up.
Yeah, it's low tide, so when the water comes in, covers the whole thing. It's game back and forth.
So, man, that's interesting because I would think that it would mess the Seamoss up. But
actually, the nutrients it needs.
Oh.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, so let's save this for next episode.
All right.
All right. Okay, Mr. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye, guys. I'm ending it now. What? No. That's pretty quiet. That's the end room. Good night. And with that, you guys have a lovely, lovely evening. Oh, look. Khaled, you just showed up as we're leaving. Oh, boo. But you know what? Send me a message tomorrow. We just met a farmer from Kenya, and we're going to talk about getting him to send his Seamoss from Kenya. So you might be interested in checking that out. What's his name? Mr. Oh, but I need to get some rest because I have a lot of orders to do tomorrow, and I need my beauty sleep. So, with that, I am going to end the live stream and talk to everyone tomorrow. Take care, and don't forget to take your Seamoss. Night.